Good morning and welcome to Engineering Taster Day. This is with Pathway CTM hosting, but we've got a few different companies with us today. We've got the Dyson Institute, we've got British Airways, and we've got Diageo. We're going to meet them shortly, but it is Easter half term. We're just coming up to Easter. If you're watching this live, great. If you are going to watch this on a recording or you're watching the recording, this is when it happened. Why weren't you live? But let's get into today's taste today. It is all about engineering, and we're going to meet three companies, and we're going to learn a lot. I'm going to learn a lot about engineering because it's not my strong point, but I'm excited by it because it is a fantastic area, and I've seen what's coming up, so I'm quite excited by it. Today, like we've seen already, you can use the chat box to communicate. When we go out into the breakout rooms, you are going to meet the different brands all separately, and they're going to talk to you about what they do and how you can get into those brands. If you have questions, please feel confident to come off come off mute and speak. Use it as a test ground today, because if you are going to go into an assessment center or you're going to put applications in, you are probably going to go through this process, potentially virtually, where you're going to need to speak and you're going to need to come off mute. So use it today as a test bed if you're not confident, and go for it. Okay, and we're here to support you. So also, as we go through the day, there will be questions that might pop up as we do different presentations that we ask you. So then you can let us know the answers to those questions. For example, I will ask everybody what they had for lunch once they come back for lunch, because I'm always nosy and I love food. So I will always ask. So make sure you're prepared with that. And after lunch, we've got our strength session. So when we look at today, I'm your host. I'm not the main event. I'm just a host. I make sure everything works well. So my name is Max. You'll have met me a lot before on other sessions that I've run, other sessions that I've done. You know that I do my Wednesday sessions, 4:30 till 5:30, for students to drop in and ask any question they like about their future, about applications, about brands, about apprenticeships, about degrees, whatever. You drive the agenda, and I host those. I host the majority of our taster days and our insight events as well. And Aisha helps me out as well. But I am the head of student support and events. But what does that actually mean? Why student support and events? Well, the events is because we do days like today, and we get you excited, and we get you pumped for what could be your future, and get you asking questions and then investigating. And then when you're ready and you're like, okay, I want to get an application in, my student support team and we help you with those processes, applications, writing CVs, preparing for interviews, preparing for assessment centers. I always say I can never make you pass these things, but we can help you prepare for what you're going to face that you might never have faced before, because I have a lot of experience in the field, and so do my team. And we like to get the knowledge from the brands as well. So we make sure that you've got all the right information. Today's agenda, I did say it's packed. I'm already behind because I like to talk too much, but we are going to meet the Dyson Institute, who are going to give us an introduction to engineering, and we're going to meet the other brands as well. Okay. So today, once we get into the speed meet rooms, what's that speed meet about? You don't have to do anything. My team is working in the background to make sure it all happens seamlessly. The students, you sit, you'll meet one brand in one room, and then soon after, 30 minutes later, they will move into a different room and you'll meet another brand, and then you'll meet the third brand. The whole point behind it is to see the different types of engineering, the different types of ways in, the different requirements, but also you see the similarities and the differences, and it opens your world up into more areas of engineering and see what is actually possible. And you get to ask those questions, network, meet the people who work there, meet some of the apprentices that work there as well. Ask them questions. What was your application like? Do you like it? Is it true that it's a lot of hard work, but you get really rewarded? Ask all of these questions, okay? So that's what that is there for. Then we have lunch. Then when we come back from lunch, I'm going to do the strength skill session, okay, which I sent the strengths profiles out for. And if you haven't done them, not a problem, because we are going to go through the session today, and you can do it either before, you can do it during your lunch break, or you can do it afterwards, okay? But it's really important that it's done, and we've given those to you to use, and they'll help you with your future. And then later in the afternoon, we've got an apprentice Q&A panel. That is what it says it is. It's quite obvious what that is. So first things first, I want to launch a quick poll. I want to launch a poll to get some information. We're going to start with one. We're going to finish with one. I've launched the questions. So to all of you, if you could have any superpower, what would it be? Would you have a super strength, mind control, invisibility, super speed? I'm not sure which one I'd go for. I'd think about that. What route would you take after leaving school? University, apprenticeship, gap year, other, or you don't know? And if you don't know, be honest and say, I don't know. That's absolutely fine. We're here to show you the different ways in and the different opportunities, and it's for you to then explore. How much do you know about engineering? I know nothing, I know a little, I know a fair amount, I know a lot, or I'm an expert. I'm going to give you a minute and a half to do that because there's a lot of you in here today. Okay. We're almost there. I'm going to give you another 45 seconds. And it's interesting to see some of the answers coming into the chat box already. Telekinesis. No, I'll have to learn what that is. Time travel, some of the things that are coming through. Okay. Denny, you asked if you get a copy of the PowerPoint. You won't get a copy of the PowerPoint, but the recording will be on our website afterwards. Once we've edited it, you will see, you will have access to the full recording afterwards. It takes a day or two to edit and go up on the website. And it will be in the video library. Every session we do is recorded. Okay, last 15 seconds for the last few answers. Just the last few of you. For those of you that have just joined, there should be a poll on your screen. Answer those questions as quickly as you can. Almost there, almost there. Last 5 seconds. Okay, I'm going to share the results and let's go through them. Somebody's put in there as a superpower, unlimited rice pudding. That's brilliant. I'm going to have to choose mine as unlimited pasta. It's my favorite thing. Okay, if you could have any superpower, what would it be? 32% said mind control and 28% went with the invisibility. Those are the two top. What route would you take after leaving school? 66% have said university and 18% have said apprenticeship. Interesting. Means we've got some work to do today. 14% don't know. Really good to put you don't know, because that's what the whole day is about. You're going to meet 3 brands. You're going to meet apprentices. They're going to talk about the different options and the different ways in. Ask those questions that you want the answers to. Don't be shy today. And how much do you know about engineering? 5% know nothing. Again, brilliant for saying that, because it means that we will work to educate you today. 32% know a little. 57% have said they know a fair amount, and 5% know a lot. 1% has put I'm an expert, and it wasn't me. So let's have a look. Stop sharing. We are going to move forward. Before I hand over to the brands, I do want to do a quick round robin hello, because we've got different people on the screens and I don't want them to sit there until 10:35 and everybody's wondering, well, who are these people? The first person we're going to meet is Tim, and Tim is from the Dyson Institute. So Tim, if you can give us a quick hello, who you are and what you do, please.
Yeah, thanks, Max. Hello, everyone. Great to be with you all today. As Max says, my name is Tim. I'm from the Dyson Institute, and I work on the student recruitment and admissions team here. So the Dyson Institute, we'll talk a bit about it later. We've got some of our undergraduates coming to join us in the later sessions in the speed meet and the panel. So make sure you get your questions stocked up to ask them. But yeah, look forward to chatting to you further today, and it's great to be with you all.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tim. The next person I'm going to ask to introduce themselves is Sam. Sam's from BA. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Max. So lovely to speak to you all. I'm sure we'll meet you a bit later on. So my name is Sam. I'm from British Airways. I'm a part of our emerging talent team, looking after the graduate and apprentice recruitment for British Airways across our different programs. So yeah, I'll be talking to you about aeronautical engineering today, along with Fiz, who I'll allow to introduce himself.
Morning, Fiz.
Yep, good morning, everyone. I'm Fiz, third year apprentice at BA in the third and final year, based at Heathrow. I joined the apprenticeship straight from school, and yeah, later on you can ask me some questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that, Fiz. And then we're going to meet Diageo, and they're in a room together. I love this setup, and it's Gillian and it's Cameron. So good morning. Welcome to you both.
Good morning, Max. So I'm Gillian, I'm the early career specialist here at Diageo. Work really closely with our apprentices across all the different programmes, and the majority of our hires are engineers. So I'll pass over to Cammy to introduce himself.
I'm Cammy. I did a modern apprenticeship with Diageo. I'm now an electrical engineer and just started a graduate apprenticeship as well.
Fantastic, brilliant, fantastic to meet you all. So what I'm going to do now, we've met some people briefly. We're going to meet them more later on. And then once you're into the speed meets, you're going to get to ask questions and probe a little bit more. But I'm going to hand over to Tim. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, Tim, and you're going to take over and be in control.
Fantastic. Thanks, Max. Let's see if I can get this to work. Give me a little thumbs up if you can see that, or a little yes in the chat. Be good for my self-esteem to know that you can see what I'm hoping to talk to you about. Fantastic. So yes, today is all about engineering, and how we wanted to start today is just to give you a bit of an overview of what engineering is, what it isn't, just so all of you can kind of be on the same page for the rest of the day. It's great to kind of see the results of that poll that Max put up in terms of where you rank yourself on a scale of kind of knowing nothing to being an expert in engineering. It feels like there's quite a lot in the middle, maybe some at either end. So hopefully after this morning session, we can all have a bit more of an idea of what we're talking about today, and hopefully just get your cogs turning in the sense of, is engineering going to be the right thing for me? Is it something I want to pursue after school? All those types of questions. So that's kind of what we were looking at for the first kind of 20-30 minutes of this morning, and then we'll be able to go into a bit more depth in terms of what that looks like at each of our companies, whether it be with us at the Institute or with BA, Diageo, and of course there are so many other options beyond us as well. So do just get thinking about the types of questions and type of experience and kind of next steps you might want to be taking. So it would be really helpful for me as well, actually, just to begin this session, just to understand a bit more about who's on the call today. So if you wouldn't mind in the chat, just to quickly let me know what year you're in, what subjects you're studying, just so that we have an idea of, what potential interests there are on the call. I think that'd be really good just to start this morning session with that, if that's okay with everyone. And I can see lots of that coming in already. Got lots of year 12s studying computer science, maths, physics, got some economics in there. For year 9s as well, it's great to see. Year 10s, some young years coming in. It's really good to see your interest already, looking at kind of beyond school. What else have we got? Got maths, chemistry, lots of sciences, lots of maths, some engineering as well. It's really good to see. So yeah, hopefully throughout today, you'll be able to kind of see how you can put those subjects to good use. So it's great to see we've got the right people on the call. That is the first things first. So well done, Max. Well done, Pathway team. Thanks for sorting that for us. Fantastic. And then what I want to do as well is just understand what you all understand by engineering. So I'm hoping, is this going to come up? Let's see if that comes up. Should be a little QR code on the screen. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, this might not be working. Let's do it in the chat instead. So I was going to do a little Slido poll of what you think about when you think about engineering. So if you could put in the chat again, just 1 or 2 words. What's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of engineering? Either the subject, a career, a field of study. What comes to mind? Fantastic, lots of responses already. Problem solving, love that one. Come on to that in a bit. Automotive, machine, building, design, ingenuity, that's a good one, I like that. Electrical, inventing, solving things, creation. That's really cool to see, actually. You guys are definitely on board with where we're going with today, so it's good to hear. Because I think when we think of engineering, we can think of so many different things, like all the words that are coming in already. There's such a variety there. And part of what I want to just share with you this morning is that exactly that engineering is almost everything. Everything in the world has basically been engineered in one way or another. And so what I want to do is really just expand and explode this subject of what engineering is, and try and get us out of those little pigeonholes that it's very easy to find ourselves in with. For example, we asked a 10-year-old to draw a picture of an engineer, and this is what they came up with. And I think to some extent, it's probably what we all think about when it comes to an engineer in some ways or another. So some of the classic stereotypes that this picture just illustrates really well. It's a middle-aged man wearing a boiler suit, he's got glasses, he's all kind of roughed up and oily, and doesn't look very kind of appealing as a kind of day job. It's not a very diverse workforce. Perhaps engineers have little to no social skills. It's not very creative. It's just very kind of making things work and fixing broken things, and it's very I think a very narrow view of what engineering looks like. But how many of you, I think, perhaps without admitting it, would think of something like this when it comes to engineering? I know for myself, I'd be guilty of that on lots of occasions. So it's good to just be aware of what the stereotypes are, so that we can kind of catch ourselves in terms of when we think about engineering as a subject. Because admittedly, yes, stereotypes are there for a reason. It's there because, on the most part, it does give a representation of what engineering can look like. But stereotypes are also a very narrow focus of what engineering is. And hopefully throughout today, we can really explode the stereotype away and really look at what engineering is as a whole. So I've got some questions for you. Do you kind of do these things without even thinking about it, perhaps? Do you like solving problems, any sort of problems? So this could be something around the house, maybe the dishwasher's broken and you want to have a go at fixing it, or you want to solve your applied maths or physics problems. You like studying your maths and sciences at school. For example, like your physics, which is obviously the constant truth and its laws which bound our problem solving as engineers. Maths is the language that we use to solve those problems. Perhaps you might like making things or fixing things, taking things apart. Maybe your phone's broken as well and you want to just fix it rather than taking it down to the shop and paying a ridiculous amount of money to get it fixed. How can you make things better? Whether that's a physical thing or maybe it's a process in terms of how things work and making them more efficient. This is exactly what engineers do. So if you're doing these sorts of things, if you are kind of ticking all the boxes on the screen right now, I'd encourage you to think, actually, yes, I am an engineer, whether you think it or not, whether you're kind of aware of it or not. This is exactly what engineers do. So what I want you to do is just start kind of turning those cogs in your head and start thinking, okay, could engineering really be me? Do you like working with other people, for example? Like within engineering, you're really likely to be working with multiple other individuals, other engineering teams as well. For example, any engineering project is going to require people with different skill sets. So you'll likely have some software engineers, maybe some electronic engineers working together, some design engineers working together, or whether it's in a different field of engineering, such as civil engineering, you're going to have architectures, you're going to have so many different types of people. So how can you kind of use your communication skills and kind of love for working with people in teams to solve problems? That's such a huge part of what it is to be an engineer. Other things might be that you just love technology as a whole. You're just really passionate for how things work, for new technology. Maybe you like researching how stuff works and how it could work in the future. That's what steers engineers and what allows engineers to innovate better products day after day, year after year. Or maybe you like designing things. It's all kind of well and good to make something which works, but does it look good? Does it look appealing to the market if you're trying to sell something? Is it something that people actually want to use? These are all big questions when it comes to engineering. So it's good to see in the chat, some of you kind of been responding to some of these questions and saying like, yes, I do that. That's what I'm like. So that's really good to hear at this stage of the day. So I think what I want to try and get across here is that engineering isn't that picture that we saw before. It's not just some guy in a boiler suit trying to fix a cooker. It's all of this, and that can happen in so many different contexts. It almost doesn't matter what the context is or what the circumstance is. If you're applying these things here, that is what engineering is all about. And so the way we like to look at engineering, and actually I got some of our recent graduates to kind of talk to me about what they would say engineering is, having just gone through the journey of, like you, about to leave school maybe and about to go into further education of some sort. And now that they've been doing it for 4 or 5 years, what would they say engineering is all about? And this is what they came up with. So it's 3 things that I really want to get across to you today. So firstly, engineering is a way of thinking. So it's not just in terms of what you're doing practically, in terms of, are you fixing something? Are you solving a particular problem? Are you designing something? It's not just that, it's how you think about that. And that can obviously apply itself in so many different situations. So that's number 1, it's a way of thinking. Number 2, it's the application of mathematics. So as I said earlier, maths is the sort of the language, if you like, of engineering. It's how things talk to each other, whether that be different systems or processes. It's the way that we can define things. And so it's using your maths knowledge that you might be learning at school even now. Lots of engineering is practically just using your A-level math skills in new situations and applying them to new problems. So you're already learning lots of these skills already in terms of what it means to be an engineer. And finally, it's a creative process. So I think the one thing that the stereotype picture that I showed before kind of highlights as a problem is that kind of boiler suit engineer fixing a cooker doesn't sound like a very exciting job, does it? It doesn't sound like a way of applying your mind and being creative and coming up with a new way of doing things. But engineering is all about that. It is all about, okay, taking a new approach. How can I solve this problem differently to make it better? How can I how can I fix this in the most efficient way? Or creativity could look like creativity in the sense of designing things, such as what does a product look like? What does bridge look like? How does something come across to the end user? Is it appealing? And that's a really important facet of what engineering is. So if you take nothing else away from today, I hope it's these 3 things. This is what engineering is all about. This is the core of what engineering is. And what we want to kind of show you across the rest of today is that all of these things can look like so many different situations. So whether that's with us at the Dyson Institute, or whether it's with British Airways or Diageo or any other kind of engineering company, you'll be doing all of this that's on the screen right now. But that will look so different depending on the situation that you find yourself in. And that's where I think your other interests and your other passions will really come into directing which pathway you want to go on, in terms of which route you want to use these skills in, which situations you want to use these skills in. So now that we've kind of exploded the subject here, so this is just a little, I guess, a brainstorm of what engineering is, and lots of these words are those words that you were putting in the chat earlier on. Lots of the different types of engineering. So for us at Dyson, the Dyson Institute, some of the key ones that stand out to us will be mechanical engineering, in terms of how do parts move together to work well, or maybe it's electronic engineering, in terms of creating circuits so that the right light shows up or things move in the right way. Or it could be software engineering that's in there as well, in terms of how do parts talk to each other, or using an app to control a product, that sort of thing. And it'd be good as well just to hear maybe from Sam, Fiz, and from Diageo as well. What are some of the keywords that stand out from your kind of areas of engineering?
I think for us, aerospace is the big one, right just there. Transportation is another big one for British Airways, obviously. Automotive, environmental is something that we're really focusing on as well. So there's some really good standouts there.
Fantastic. And perhaps Gillian or anyone else from Diageo, what stands out from your industry?
Yeah, definitely problem solving, chemical, simulation, electronics. There's some in there as well, like robotics, automation, that are maybe not there, but definitely the things that we're looking at when we talk about the future of what engineering looks like. It is changing rapidly. So the skills that we're going to need for the future are definitely all about the kind of automation piece and robotics.
That's great, fantastic. So hopefully you're starting to get a sense of what we're all about as different brands, companies, and we'll be able to talk to you a little bit more about that later on today. But at the heart of all of this, at the heart of engineering is this word in blue. It is problem solving. It's how can we do things in the best way, the most efficient way, the most cost-effective way, the most eco-friendly way. What's the best way of creating something? And all the words around it are these kind of specialisms within engineering. And hopefully throughout today as well, you'll be able to get a sense of maybe where your particular passions lie within this massive topic of engineering, as we kind of talk about what our different industries and brands do. So this is just to give a bit of a sense of what engineering is all about, and that it is so much more than a man fixing a cooker. So the next question I want to ask is, what would I learn doing engineering? What are the types of skills that I'm going to develop? So the first thing that you will learn are reusable strategies for effective problem solving. So you're going to learn how to solve problems well. And these are going to be able to, you can apply this kind of strategy, these ways of thinking in a variety of contexts. You're going to learn how to break down problems, how to simplify them, how to start tackling them and kind of coming up with solutions, and then how to understand and how to prove whether you've done it, whether you've made an improvement, or whether you've done it in the best way. So you're going to learn how to do that, and that's something that you'll be able to apply in whatever kind of context of engineering that you find yourself in. You're also going to learn so many transferable skills. So things like project management, you're going to learn how to manage your time well, how to manage your resources well, maybe how to manage a team well if you're going to be leading a team at some point. You'll also have to learn how to conduct research, relevant research that is going to help you solve a problem. You're going to learn leadership skills and working in a team, how to communicate these ideas across a diverse workforce who might have different levels of understanding, different skill sets. How are you going to interact with them? You're also going to learn some stuff about business, which is obviously for lots of companies, the kind of core component of why we do what we do. It's to create an effective business. So what we do has to create profit so that the business can keep going. So you're going to have to learn about manufacturing, about margins, about profits and losses, costs, and how to use all of that to make the best solution to a problem. But many of these soft skills will kind of vary depending on the context and the course that you find yourself on. So it's worth asking different employers, different universities, what kind of skills am I going to learn outside of the sort of core engineering academic side of things? And a big part of what you're going to learn is the effective communication piece. So lots of engineering will involve communicating ideas, presenting work to different audiences, whether that be in a kind of technical audience. So you might be presenting to senior stakeholders in the business about a new solution you've come up with, and they're going to want to know the real ins and outs of that. But you also might have to present your ideas to a non-technical audience. So for example, the consumer or the people buying the products, they're not going to necessarily understand the in-depth kind of physics or maths behind a problem that you've solved, but you still want to be able to communicate that idea well so that they can understand it and can get on board with it. And finally, you're going to learn how to apply your maths knowledge or your science knowledge. So lots of this will come from, the content will come from your A-level or equivalent, but then you're going to learn how to use that in a real practical way. And lots of the time, the maths that you're using isn't going to be that much more complex than what you've studied at school. It's just going to be using it in a completely new environment, a new context. And this is obviously going to depend largely on the area of engineering that you find yourselves in. So for us at the Institute, we focus on general engineering. So that's areas of kind of mechanical and software and electrical engineering. So lots of the maths you're going to use is going to be focused on that area. I don't know, again, maybe perhaps Fizz or from Diageo, what kind of usage of maths do you tend to use most at the moment as an apprentice?
It comes a lot into electrical engineering, mathematics. When you kind of go into the project side of engineering as well, so mostly around measurement of different things. It's like school. There's a lot of the time you'll do maths and you maybe won't be able to apply it in your workplace. But having a base knowledge is really useful for your career.
That's great, thank you. Fizz, anything to add to that in terms of how you've used your maths knowledge and applied it?
Well, in terms of maths, when I was studying,
I'm not sure if we can hear you, Fizz, but I'll carry on. Hopefully we can get that fixed. Because yeah, I think that's a great example from Cameron in terms of the types of maths you might use from different areas. So hopefully this just gives you an idea of the types of things you'll be learning as an engineer, as well as what engineering is all about. And so the final thing I want to share with you today is just in terms of how do you get into engineering? What are the different pathways? What are the different routes into engineering? So this is where hopefully most of you are at already. I know you put in the chat earlier on, most of you are in kind of year 12, some of you in younger years as well. So you're currently at school or you're at college, and the vast majority of you are studying maths and some sciences as well. And this is a great place to start, because these are the kind of core skills that employers or universities will be looking for when they're kind of recruiting new engineers. So the vast majority of engineering courses might require physics. Not all of them will, but the vast majority, especially universities and kind of degree level qualifications, will require physics for engineering. So it's definitely worth looking at the types of courses you might want to do and the entry requirements, and just make sure you've got the right subjects there. But then the next step is going on to some sort of further education. So I think the simplest way to look at it is in these three forms. So the first route is the one that everybody knows about. It's university. So this is a degree level qualification. It's a level 6 qualification. And basically what that means is you're learning lots of academics and theory behind engineering that are going to help you kind of perform at the highest level. And most universities, as I said, will require a combination of maths and probably physics, but as I said, depending on the kind of specialism of engineering that you're looking at, maybe some chemistry if you're going to looking at that side of things as well. The other level 6 degree qualification there is the degree apprenticeship, and this is something which you might not know much about, but something that we at the Dyson Institute are really passionate about, and we'll talk to you a little bit more about later on today. But this is essentially using the combination of a degree qualification, so that kind of high academic theory and knowledge, but alongside, as the name suggests, an apprenticeship where you're putting that into practice week in, week out. So it's usually in partnership with an employer and a university. So they're working together to deliver the course to you, so that you can have a really hands-on learning approach whilst also getting that degree level qualification. So you'll also be earning whilst you're learning. You'll be getting paid a salary, and the kind of employer will be covering all of your tuition fees as well using the apprenticeship levy. So a huge benefit is obviously the financial side. So if you're struggling to go to university because of that and not necessarily having the financial support to be able to do that, then perhaps degree apprenticeships might be a really good option to look at as well. And then the third option is the apprenticeship, which is where you're going in at, you can go in at various different entry levels. So there's from anything from kind of level 5 downwards, where you can enter in using the qualifications that you have and kind of work your way up level on level using your like hands-on approach. You're working for the employer. And I know that from BA and Diageo, they'll be able to tell you a lot more about what that route can look like today. So every course will have its different balance of theory, of practical, hands-on, yeah, in terms of focuses of what the course is about. And so it's just worth thinking about what your priorities are, and what your values are when it comes to higher education, so that you can choose the right route for you. And then finally, this leads to your kind of career prospects in a sense. And obviously the clear option here is to go into engineering. But I think what I'd also like to say as well is that choosing engineering at your age doesn't just pigeonhole you into doing engineering for the rest of your life. Engineering is one of these qualifications that is so practical, so applicable to so many careers, whether it be within finance, whether it be within business, or almost anything. If you think back to those skills that I showed you earlier on, that kind of communication skills, other transferable skills, these are things which employers are going to be looking for regardless of what you want to do. So I think what I'd also encourage you today with is that choosing engineering is not kind of pigeonholing you into engineering for the rest of your life. So definitely don't think that's what we're trying to do here. Engineering is almost the opposite. It's kind of the most applicable qualification. You could, for example, go into project management. You could, yeah, go into almost anything, as I said. So hopefully this just gives you an idea of the types of things that you could go on to do. And maybe there are some things that jump out to you from that list on the screen. So I'm conscious of time. So quickly, just to summarize what we've looked at today, engineering is a way of thinking. So it's all about your mindset. Do you have an engineering? Hopefully that those sorts of questions that I asked at the start. Do you like science? Do you like problem solving? Things. That is all about that mindset of what it takes to be an engineer. Secondly, engineering is a creative process. It's not just a man in a boiler suit. Is using your mind to come up with the best solution, whether that be a creative solution in the sense of using your math skills and your kind of pure academic theory to come up with a solution and prove things mathematically, or whether it's the creativity in the sense of designing things and what things look like. It's a really creative process where you can apply yourself practically. And the third thing is an application of academic knowledge, and mostly that will be mathematics. So it's using the skills that you're learning at school now. Perhaps you're not sure how those skills are actually applicable and why they're useful. Why are you learning this stuff in maths? But let me assure you that it is useful, and you will be able to use it when you kind of go into engineering in a variety of contexts. So I'm going to leave it there. I know I've slightly overrun. Sorry, Max. But hopefully that's been a really quick overview of what engineering is, what it isn't, and the types of routes that you can go on to kind of pursue a career in engineering. And I know I speak on behalf of everyone else on the call that we're really looking forward to kind of exploring that with you today and helping you find the best route for you. So yeah, thanks for listening, and back to you, Max.
That's fantastic. And let's not worry about the overrunning slightly, because all the information is really useful. I think we've had some really good information come across already. That's fantastic, and lots of excited students as well, and great to see lots of good information coming across. I'm really happy with that. I'm learning lots as well as we go on. I did learn, Tim, that potentially I think I could have been an engineer. I say I could have been. I probably still could be, but I'm sure Chris doesn't want me to think about changing careers just yet. But what we're going to do now, because we met everybody earlier, we had a little round robin. We met everybody who's going to be in the rooms and all of that business. You need to meet who from the Pathway team is going to be in your rooms now, because we met BA, we met Diageo, and we've met the Dyson Institute as well. And once we go into rooms, they're going to give you that more tailored information. Aisha, as we said earlier, Aisha, who's on my team, has been working in the background to make sure that everything is done. So you as students, you don't need to worry about anything. You just sit, relax, take in the information, think about the questions you want to ask, make sure that if you're confident enough, come off microphone, speak, ask your questions. There have been some questions that have come through the chat box, and I've let people know that those are really good questions, and that's what you want to be asking the individual brands when you speed meet them. So make sure you make use of that, okay? When it comes time to move in the rooms, students, you don't need to worry about anything. And also all of my panelists, you don't need to worry about anything. It will all happen automatically. We'll get a countdown, we'll let you know, and you'll move. So we've got 30 minutes in each, with each brand in each room. So you'll meet everybody and you've got 30 minutes. listen to the information, ask the questions, ask about the ways in, what the future looks like, what the opportunities are. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is my team is with me, and I'm going to be in one of the breakout rooms. And you can see there, Chris and Catherine are also going to be in breakout rooms, but we're going to meet them briefly. Chris, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself first. So tell us who you are and what you're doing.
Yep. Hi, everyone. I'm Chris, founder and CEO of Pathway CTM. It's amazing to be on today. And the fact that you've given up your day of your holiday, I think just says so much about what you want to be doing with your career. And hearing Tim there speak about engineering and what this day is all about, it's a really special event. So well done for being on here. It's going to be a really good session today. And yeah, you're right, Max. I don't want you to become an engineer just yet, please. We still need you doing what you do here. But yeah, in my room, guys, I'm going to be with Diageo. You'll get some slides, you'll get a good understanding. It's a good time with the brand to start off with. And I'll be kicking off that session shortly. So looking forward to that, and do ask questions. And remember, it's a safe environment, so ask away.
Perfect. Thank you, Chris. And then we've got Catherine as well. So Catherine, do you want to give us a hello?
Yeah, morning everyone. And yeah, great. Well done, guys, for showing up today in your holidays. So yeah, I'm going to be in the breakout room with BA. So as Max said earlier, use this time to ask your questions, have a go at speaking directly to the employers that are here today. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Now, for my team, my panelists, when we go into the breakout rooms, can you please remember that we need to record? So record and let us know that you're recording. Students, ask questions, get involved, make sure we make the brands work today and get all of this information across. They're here because they want you to understand all the different ways into engineering, the different types of engineers that are around and that you could become. And they want to share this information. So make sure you ask the questions, because we've had loads of really good questions already. Now, Aisha, who's part of my team, you've said we're ready to go out into breakout rooms. It's 10:45, so we're bang on time.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Go, guys.
See you soon. Just so you know, then, so we're going to be here with Diageo. Just before we get going, while they bring up their slides, have you ever heard of the brand Diageo before? Pop in the chat box. In the last group, no one really had, but you'll learn hopefully a little bit about it today. So we've got a no straight away. And no, Diageo, no. I wonder if anyone has whatsoever.
Wow.
And any idea what engineering they might do? If you haven't heard of them, you might be completely clueless, which would be good for you in terms of this session today. And Gillian, whenever you're ready, we're ready for you.
So hi everyone, thank you so much for joining. We're just going to launch right into kind of who we are really quickly. Oh, I'm sharing screen, sorry. I did not share my screen, 2 seconds.
We've got one guess of civil engineering. There you go. But no one knows the brand. So here we go, guys. This will be a good session for you to learn. And let's just make sure that's the right slide. There we go. We can see everything. Thanks, Gillian.
Perfect. Okay, so you may recognise Guinness, Smirnoff, Tanky Ting, Johnny Walker. So that's some of our big brands. Okay, so we're the world's biggest drinks company. We have over 200 brands sold across 180 countries. Our purpose is to celebrate life every day, everywhere. Our ambition is to be one of the most trusted and respected consumer goods companies in the world. And we are a relatively new company. So Diageo was only set up in 1997, but previously Guinness existed, obviously, and we brought all these brands together. So hopefully you recognise some of those brands in terms of who we are. Scale of the business, so I'm going to quickly go on to this slide actually, just so you can see. So our manufacturing footprint is across, globally across the world, but predominantly we have sites in Europe, so 50 distillation and maturation sites, predominantly in Scotland actually. Packaging sites in Europe, North America, Mexico, Turkey, India, and this is where our product is made in Scotland, but actually then shipped all around the world to package and then send out to consumers and customers. Okay.
Gillian, I was going to say, Gillian, do you mind if we just go back one slide? Because I think this one, just if we go, this one's a really interesting one. I just wonder, guys, do you recognise any of the brands now? Maybe right up there in the top left or top right, wherever it might be. So you don't know about the brand of Diageo, but sorry, the products. I guess is that how we should be talking about it, Gillian? The brand and then the products within it.
Yeah. So Diageo is the brand that that's where everything sits under. but individually we have a portfolio of about 200 products.
Fine, okay. And in terms of those 126 production sites, so does that vary between packaging and distilling? Could you just go into a bit of detail about that?
Yeah, so when we talk about production, that's where we produce. So if you think about in Mexico, for example, the agave plants, that's where they grow, and that's how we make our tequila, right? But then in Ireland, for example, that's where Guinness and Baileys are made. And then in Scotland, that's where all the whiskey's made, and the maturation sites are under that. So Cameron kind of alluded to that earlier. Maturation is when the whiskey is casked into the wooden cask. It has to mature for a minimum of 3 years, and we've got sites in Scotland that do that. Now they have to be, whiskey has to be made in Scotland to be deemed as whiskey, but then we can ship it all around the world to bottle it. So 60 manufacturing sites across the world. So for example, Plainfield in America, bottling gets done there, but also in Leven and Fife in Scotland, for example, and Shield Hall, it gets done there. Okay, so it doesn't matter where it's bottled or where it goes out from. It's more about where it's made, and it's got to be made in Scotland.
Amazing. And could you just let us know about that? It just seems like a really old-fashioned rule. Is that ever going to change, or is that there forever?
No, I think that's there forever. So there's the Scottish whisky law. So everybody in the industry, so Diageo, you maybe have heard of other Edrington, Grants, William Grants, all of these people, we all have to live by the Scottish whisky law.
It's not just our whisky that's in Scotland as well, though. You take a bottle of Smirnoff, and a lot of people think that that's solely maybe Russian, but actually a bottle of Smirnoff is taken from nothing to the end, then in production, all in Leven, which is in Scotland and Fife.
Yeah.
And Cameron, how many of these products do you work across? Do you work across more than others, I wonder, or maybe just one?
So about 80% of the Scotch across the whole of Scotland comes through Black Range in Alloa, which is where I work. So in terms of whisky, I've seen just about all of them.
Wow. Brilliant, thanks guys, it's so interesting.
So this is just a one-pager of really about who we are and basically how we go about doing our business. So I think if we just scroll really quickly down to the bottom to our values, passionate about customers and consumers, proud of what we do, freedom to succeed, valuing each other and being the best. These are our kind of 5 values that we work to and at the core of everything that we do. So, inclusion and diversity is in there, about valuing each other. Everybody is unique, everybody brings something different to the table, and it's really important that we recognise that. Our customers and consumers, super passionate about them. Customers, we talk about Tesco's, supermarkets, all of that stuff. Consumers is the end user, the person that's actually consuming the liquid at the end of it. And just to touch on, we do non-alcoholic brands as well. This is not just about promoting alcohol, and we would never do that to under 25s. So it's more about the manufacturing side of the business, how the product, regardless of what the product is, how it's made, how it's maintained, how the machines operate and are looked after, and that's Cameron's job. Quickly look at the factory of the future. So automation, these are robots in our cooperage, which are used to move the casks around. So you see a barrel here which has got whisky in it. Well, it's probably not got whisky in it right now, but it's going into the furnace. But essentially, robots are now kind of replacing that manual handling piece that we used to do. So the site now looks like a big sort of car factory, as opposed to it being people moving these casks around, which obviously, if we're doing that for a long, long time, can cause injury and repetitive strain injury and things like that. So it doesn't mean that we've replaced humans. What we've now got is kind of a co-biotic approach to humans operating and maintaining these machines to make sure that everything happens. I'll pass over to Cameron.
Yeah, we've timed this a bit better this time, so I'll be able to answer a few questions for you guys. So I'm Cameron. I work for Diageo as a graduate apprentice just now. I previously done a modern apprenticeship. So the whole point of a modern apprenticeship is that prior to going into your apprenticeship, you've not really got any knowledge of the subject. It's pretty much the same for all apprenticeship journeys, but maybe depending on which level you're going at, depends on how much you've maybe done at school. Oh, you're.
No, I know. I just want to. Sorry, I just want to check the sound so we can do the.
Oh, right, okay, no.
Sorry.
So I'll maybe talk about my kind of role and what we do within my part of the business. So it might not surprise you from our accents that we are in Scotland, and so that's predominantly Scotch whisky. So there's sort of three parts to Scotch whisky and a lot of our brands in general. But the first part is distillation, so taking our product from grain and making it into spirit. So there's the distillation side of things, which is all our distilleries up north of Scotland. We've got actually a couple around central Scotland near Edinburgh, Glenkinchie, if you've ever heard of. I don't know if we have any people that know whisky brands at all. But we take these whiskies and then my part of the business, which is the middle part, which is called maturation, which is taking these whiskies and holding them for 10, 12, some of them 30 years before they become bottled and make them more premium. And then you have the packaging side, which is a lot of the automation is held there, which is taking the spirit from maturation, bottling it, put it in and packaging it, and then sending it off wherever it's going in the world. So, like I said, I work in the maturation side of things, and it's probably good to talk about to that first. So, what does that look like? Well, we take in the spirit from the distilleries, and it's what we call new make. It's just come from the distillery. It's not been matured at all yet, and it's a high level percentage in alcohol. We put it into casks, so we actually build our own casks as well, and rejuvenate casks that have been taken from America. We put them into the casks, seal it, and put it away in a warehouse and forget about it for a while. And then after 10 years or so, it's taken out of the warehouse, and we take that and put it into tankers and send it away off to packaging. So that sounds very simple, but we try and make things run as slick as possible. And to do that, there's a lot of engineering involved. Like I said, if you go back a lot of years, this was a totally manual process. So I'm going to talk about me and my sort of journey. I started off with a company called Johnson & Johnson, top left there. You've probably heard of Johnson's talcum powder, but they were a medical device company that made what's called sutures, which is what we use to sew people up when they've had an operation. That's what one looks like. Thank you, Gillian, on the right there. And it was actually, there's a lot to it. So I don't know if you've ever heard of the term half-life, but I was an electrical engineer, but within Johnson & Johnson there's a lot of chemical engineering around how long it takes for these devices, the sutures, to break down in a body. So they might want it to only last 2 weeks. The thread, they might want the thread to last a month. And the way of doing that is to meddle with the half-life, and that goes into nuclear. So you look at the top left there, that was the cobalt at Livingston, and these devices were put into pallets and sent down into an ionised pool of water where they'd get gamma rays shot at them, which would sterilise them, but also reduce the time it would take for them to break down within a body. But they did everything there, so they made the needles, they made the thread, they packaged and they sent away, and the bottom left there is actually the inline packaging machine in Texas. Yes, we had to dress like that because it was a clean room, it was a clean environment. These devices are used in operating theatres, so we had to make sure that we were completely sterile. Do you want to go forward a slide? So first year of your apprenticeship, like I said, you don't have a massive background knowledge in engineering potentially. You maybe came into it because you had hobbies that you enjoyed that made you think I want to go engineering. Maybe you had somebody in your family that inspired you. So I took a picture on the top right there. I took that photo. That was my first day at Forth Valley College in Falkirk, and it was to wire a plug. Really simple stuff, but it takes you right from the first sort of side of electrical engineering right to the end, and that's kind of the photo, the bottom photos. So you've got wiring diagrams. There's a lot of maths comes in at college. The bottom left is a plant room, so they make up plants and allow you to test your electrical engineering knowledge as though you were in an actual workplace. But at the same time, you're working within Diageo, so you can apply what you're learning at college and try and put it into the workplace. It's a great thing about apprenticeship is you can do it as you go. The bottom right was a photo at college as well of testing a motor's windings and understanding how a motor works. So you get the theory side of things, but then you're also going and getting hands-on learning, and you can take that into the workplace. So I worked on a lot of motors within Diageo. So next slide. So why am I now talking about Johnson Johnson? Why am I talking about Diageo when I was saying I worked for Johnson Johnson? They actually they shut the operations and moved it to Texas to streamline. So I was made redundant, unfortunately. And that is a picture of it being flattened. So at that time, I had to move to another company. And the beauty of apprenticeships is you've got a great job security. So even if the company that you're working for at the time was to close down, they'll support you to move into another role and continue your journey. So I did my first year with Johnson Johnson, and when I joined Diageo, they actually let me skip the first year because I'd done it with them, and because there's a standardisation of apprenticeships across different companies, it didn't matter. So I joined them as a second year apprentice and continued my journey with them.
Cameron, just on that, so was it the identical same apprenticeship, I wonder?
No. Well, that's the thing. That's the beauty of engineering, is it's so diverse. What I maybe learned in Johnson Johnson is probably completely different to what I did at Diageo, but that didn't mean that it inhibited me at all in doing my apprenticeship. It was just, if anything, it was a better opportunity for me. I had a broader scope of knowledge on engineering because I'd seen different sides of it. But a lot of things is moving to control and automation, which is a lot more what I'm doing at university. And that side of things was very similar. If you think of packaging, for example, it doesn't actually really matter what the product is. It's taking something from material and then out as a product at the other end. Whether that's a bottle of whiskey or whether that's a needle and thread, it doesn't actually change much when it gets to that side of things.
Apologies, it's a test.
Oh, okay. So you might have to leave us there. So they are just going through that at the moment. Guys, any questions? We've got about 15 minutes left. So if you do want to ask any questions whatsoever, do put them in the chat box, because, Cameron's, he's been to Johnson & Johnson doing engineering there. He's now at Diageo. So any questions you've got, do fire away. Like anything at all that comes into your head, be absolutely fine.
I think it was really important to kind of map out Cameron's journey, because he'd done a modern apprenticeship when he left school. Very capable, could have gone to university, but decided that was not for him at that time. And then obviously through Diageo, he's rolled off that MA programme and decided he does want to do his degree. So he's now doing a graduate apprenticeship, which we fully support. So I think career progression is really important as well. When you're deciding on what employer you want to go and work for, I think it's equally important that it's people, you're working for someone that really values what you bring to the role and is going to continue to develop you.
And because Gillian, I don't think your entry point from school is degree level, is it? But so you can come in on the apprenticeship, but then what you're saying there, you might continue to pay for a degree. Is that right? Yes.
So when you come in, it's an HNC, HND level that you were doing your MA. Cam, is that right?
Yeah. The thing is with you get three kind of forms, which is foundation apprenticeship, which is somebody who's still at school. Mm-hmm. There's a modern apprenticeship, which is somebody who's leaving school, and you don't need to have the best qualifications. That's the best thing about it, is that the company generally will hire you on merit and the individual themselves, because the thing is, they're not looking for experience. Mm-hmm. It's not like other roles where you've maybe already had to go and do a degree and they'll judge you on what university you went to or what qualifications you got whilst you were there. Apprenticeships, the whole point is they want a blank canvas. So they don't want somebody that's maybe got a massive knowledge. If you've got a degree already, you'd be looking at a graduate apprenticeship or whatever. They want people who've got that sort of a willingness to learn, a willingness to succeed, and it's all about the individual and less about the qualifications that they've actually got.
And Cameron,
recognising that potential, yeah.
Yeah, Cameron, could you let us know what was the job title for you at Johnson & Johnson versus your job title now? Just because I think so many people say, oh, I don't want to do an apprenticeship because I don't want to be like narrowed and boxed off, but you've just proven that that's not the case. So it'd be good to get the examples of the job titles.
Yeah, I've actually done a few roles in recent years. I started off with Johnson Johnson as an electrical engineering apprentice. When I went to Diageo, I was an electrical engineering apprentice, but it was on the maintenance side of things, so maintaining. So I think my actual certificate at the end of it said electrical maintenance. And then when I stuck to my graduate apprenticeship is in electrical design. So we're now on 3 forms of electrical engineering, and then when I started my first full-time role with Diageo, my role was early equipment manager, so working with the equipment that goes into electrical engineering, how we maintain. And then from that, I moved into a new role, which is operational technology lead, which is the job I'm currently doing just now. So it just shows that there's so many different ways of branding engineering that all kind of fall into the same bracket and bubble.
So electrical maintenance, electrical design, equipment manager there, operational tech lead. Guys, so many different types of engineering. Do ask away. I'm keen to look at that photo that shows actually how you move things and how it works. Where's that? Is that next up?
That's the case.
Is that
backward?
That's right. So this one. So what's your relationship with this machine, or what was it, so to speak?
So it's worth kind of talking to how the cooperage works. So I mentioned earlier that we actually repair and build our own casks for maturing the spirit. So we'll take these casks in. There's different laws in Scotland as to how we can mature whisky as there is in America. So in America, they can only use a cask so many times before it's then deemed no longer usable. At which point we'll come in and buy it off them, fix it up at our cooperage and get it working for Scotch whisky. So a cask will come in from wherever it's coming from. Sometimes it's coming from our own supply. We've got plenty of casks lying around. We'll take it in. We'll take the metal hoops that you can see. They come off. We take the ends off it. We can sometimes shave the inside. So inside a cask, we actually char it and make it black. That preserves the wood, but also flavours the spirit. So if the cask has maybe had a whisky through it a few times, it's been through a few maturation cycles, we'll actually take that char off it. So it goes through a shaver. This is all automated. So the way of thinking of it is, although it's a huge cask, it's no different to a production line. It's very very similar to what we might do with a bottle of Johnny Walker, for example. We take it in at one end of the cooperage, it goes through various cycles and comes in at the other. So how do we automate that? Well, it used to be a very manual process. The shape of the cask isn't accidental. They're built so that they're able to be rolled on their side. So people would roll them around the place, and there's still a lot of that. We have coopers who are taught totally how to do a manual process before they then go to work in the automation side of things. But for this specific image, this is one of our ABB robots. So we work quite a lot with ABB and a few contractors on how do we actually automate this process. So the robot that you see there will pick up a cask that's not yet been charred, as I talked about there. And what we do is we take it, pick it up, and we put it on one of these rings that you can see on the bottom left. So if you have a look at the bottom left there, they're actually conveyors, and they're black for a reason. When the cask gets sat on that conveyor, it will then move in towards the fires, which is the left side of the image. It moves in, and then we start to char it. So there's a few things in here. There's chemical engineering, there's electrical engineering, mechanical, because we're going to use gas fires to char these casks and then douse them with water at the end. So once the cask's been charred, the robot will then pick it back up again, move it and take it to the next conveyor. The conveyor on the floor there will then move it along, and out it comes at the other end to go back in to be matured again, get its end put back on and the hoops on again. So quite often these can go wrong, and like I said, I'm in the maintenance side of things, so we sometimes need to go in and fix these robots. Sometimes they can go into awkward positions. We need to get a controller and physically control these robots and put them into a place. Sometimes you'll have a sensor going wrong, so you can get your hard hat on and go in there and have a look and get hands-on and fault find. I think that's a massive part of engineering, and definitely electrical engineering, is that ability to problem solve, ability to find faults in things, make things better, make things work that were broken.
And Cameron, you enjoy playing Xbox, etc., like maybe quite a technical mind. Did you have any idea that all this sort of stuff went on and these could be career routes for you? I just wonder what sort of advice you'd have for young people to try and follow in your footsteps.
I think the best thing you can do is not go too niche. Don't try and focus on, I want to do this, that. You need to have an open mindset, because engineering as a whole is too broad. So if you go into engineering and saying, I want to work in X, I want to work in Y, you're going to have problems. You need to be able to adapt to different places, because like I said earlier, engineering as a whole, if you've got a knowledge in one part of engineering, quite often you can apply it to different parts. So that might be electrical. You might want to go into electrical engineering. You might want to go into mechanical engineering. But that means different things. That means different processes in different places. That could be automation side of things. That could be maintaining things. That could be designing new things. That could be building new things. There's so many different parts to it. they should just, if you want to go into electrical engineering, that's great, you'll enjoy it, you'll have fun with it, but you need to be open to the fact that it can change depending on what company you work for, and how it actually looks can differ where you are in the different companies.
I think I just want to touch on like the cask piece there. So that's mechanical engineering, right? And we still employ apprentices, coopers, right? So we're recruiting for 4 just now. So although these robots are in and it's less and less manual, the cooper relies on this skill to continue to make these casks. So it takes 4 years to train as a cooper. And that is still happening. And then, as I said earlier, it's the co-biotic piece. It's the humans and the machines working together more collaboratively to get the same output at the end. So the same with coppersmiths, like making the copper distills in the distilleries. They're mechanical engineers, so quite different to what Cameron does. But it's all about making things. And I think Tim referred to that as well before when he was talking about mechanical engineering. When he was talking about engineering, about making things. Cameron's focusing on problem solving and maintaining machines and things like that, fault finding, diagnostics, all of that stuff. So it is very, very different. And then we've got the chemical process as well at the distilleries. So that chemical engineering is all about the science. So that if it's chemistry you're interested in, that's probably where you want to be.
They all tie in with each other as well, which is a massive thing. So I'll give an example. Let's say that this robot here is not working, it's not going where we want it to, and there's a mechanical engineer comes out to have a look at it. So the mechanical engineer comes out and has a look and says, there's nothing wrong with that conveyor, the conveyor's fine, the robot should be able to move, there's nothing blocking its path, that should go. Let's get an electrical engineer out to have a look at it. The electrical engineer comes out and goes, every motor in that system is working, all the cabling is fine, there's nothing wrong with that robot from an electrical point of view. It must be a controls point of view. So then a controls engineer comes out and has a look at the code and sees that the robot is thinking it's in the wrong place. And then they fix that code and the robot starts working. But you need to have a knowledge of all these different areas to be that mechanical engineer to say this is an electrical fault, to be that electrical engineer to say that's a control engineering fault. And if you wanted to and you had aspirations to understand more about these different sides of engineering, you totally could. You could go from electrical to controls, you could go from mechanical to chemical. There's massive handshakes between all forms of engineering.
That is so interesting to hear, guys. I wonder what you're thinking. Mechanical, electrical, controls engineer. Any questions you've got around any of those? We've only got a few minutes left. So I do want to open up the questions. One question that's come through saying, if you were to time travel back to our age, what would you have done extra is the question. Take from that what you will.
I would say one thing that I learned kind of a couple of years into my apprenticeship that I maybe did wrong is if somebody asks you if you want to do something within your role, if somebody asks you to get involved in a project, never say no. Even if you don't think it's applicable, apprenticeships are such a good place to go and try different things and understand where your career might go. You need to be open to a lot of things. So if somebody comes to you and says, is this project happening? Do you want to be involved? And you think, nah, that doesn't interest me. Just do it, just go for it, because you've got a great space there to have the time to go and do these different things.
Yeah, it's great advice. And guys, hopefully you understand a bit more about Diageo now, those drinks that you might or might not be aware of, and how it all comes together. Are there any questions from anyone? I just want to just pause there and just let anyone answer any questions that they want to. Ask any questions even.
If we've got a minute or so, I think that video might work.
Yeah, let's have a look at the video. Then I've got one question, and then I'll come to Abby's question. Thanks, Abby. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the Maturation Engineering Centre. We have 6 apprentices with us at the moment, and I must say their commitment to their personal development must be admired. I joined Diageo purely out of the respect that Diageo is a worldwide leading company and it offers great opportunities and benefits. I've now been here for 3.5 years and I've never looked back since.
When I was at school, my favourite subjects were always based down in the technical department. I like being hands-on and I feel this is the best way to learn, so therefore I couldn't look past an apprenticeship.
My favourite part of the business is the filling store, so here's a brief tour. The barrels are brought down this intake rail and kicked onto this conveyor. Once they're on the conveyor, they are then passed through to the double kicker and to the barcoding area. Once the barrels have been barcoded, they are then moved on to fillers.
favourite place to work is the Cooperage. I think the technology there is absolutely amazing with the new robots that have been put in place, and it's a great place to do maintenance work. The robots are one of our most valued and appreciated pieces of equipment. Regular maintenance is essential to keep them in good working order for operations.
One of my favourite things about my apprenticeship is getting to travel to all different satellite sites. Here's a few of them. We start off with our base of operations, Blackgrange. Menstrie. Carsbridge. Bonnybridge. Broxburn and Cluny.
I enjoy every aspect of being an electrical apprentice here at Diageo. I think my favourite aspect day in day out would be installation work. I think being part of a job from start to finish and seeing the end product gives you a great sense of achievement. And I can't wait to grow and learn through college and through work and be the best I can at what I do.
Thanks for watching.
Great, guys. And that's the end of the session, actually. So we'll be moving on. Thanks so much for your attention. And Gillian and Cameron will do one more in the next breakout room. So and Cameron, you've had such a varied career and different apprenticeships. Could you just let the guys know about how you jump from one apprenticeship to the other, and also where you are now and where you want to be? That might be quite interesting.
Yeah, when I started off, I left school a year early because I decided that university wasn't for me at the time, but I wanted to go and get hands-on experience and start an apprenticeship. So I started off with Johnson Johnson as an electrical engineering apprentice, and it was just that. It was just how do we build things, how do we work with automation, how do we functionally run the plant? It was more a run side of things. The engineers kept the place running. When I went to Diageo, I started as a maintenance electrical engineer, so it was maintaining the plant, fixing things, making things better. And then I moved into a full-time role after that apprenticeship as an equipment manager, so looking at how do we maintain our spare parts and how do we make sure that if anything was to go wrong, we can get things deployed quickly and get things running. And then when I started my degree, into a new role as operational technology lead, which was control systems. You might have heard of OT before. It's a rising industry. It's going to be massive if anybody's thinking about different career paths. It's the opposite to IT. So IT is informational technology and operational technology is the OT. So IT is dealing with data and OT is dealing with physical movement of products. So how does our plant actually run? And it's when you input something, so if it's a control engineer putting in a code, and then how does it functionally run in the plant? How do we make these things move? And that's the control system side of things. But we're constantly evolving and trying to make things better and make our products better and faster, and that's where the OT comes in. OT is operational technology. It's the physical moving equipment of engineering.
There you go, Path. And Gillian, it's interesting, isn't it? Because a lot of people who want engineering sometimes think university because they're quite intelligent people and that's the norm. But at Diageo, sometimes I think you favour apprentices, don't you, over the graduate scheme? Maybe you don't have a graduate scheme, or just elaborate on that. I might have got it wrong.
Yeah, no, we definitely do have an engineering graduate scheme. So predominantly chemical engineering, because it's people coming into our distilleries. And we're looking for people to actually run those distilleries, so becoming ops managers and things like that, operational managers. But for our apprenticeship programme, what we recognise is that there is a definite need. We've got quite an ageing population, we've got people that come in, they love working here, right? They stay for a long, long time. So there's going to be a skills gap when quite a lot of people leave in kind of 3 to 5 years' time. So this year we're recruiting 44 apprentices. Previously it's been around about the 20 mark. But we're seeing this even during the pandemic 2020. We still recruited in the August and we brought in 13 engineers, only engineers, because we recognise that the engineering skills are what we're going to be needing in the future. And the future is now. When I say the future, it's like right now we're looking at robotics, as you can see with those robotic arms in the cooperage, but robotics, automation, how you kind of work with the human, the collaboration between the human and the machine. It's not about replacing humans at all. It's about how we work together and make our business more efficient. So, which impacts performance, right? Business performance, that's what it's all about. These efficiencies help us continue to, I mean, I think if you work on like the Guinness line, so if you was talking about canning, 72,000 cans of Guinness in an hour. That's the speed at how we move, right? So I mean that is phenomenal. That's and probably on a packaging line for like whiskey, for example, it's probably even quicker than that, right? But for those canning numbers are amazing. So that's kind of where we're at. So yeah, apprenticeships definitely in engineering. As I say, chemical, electrical, mechanical. These are all skills that we are going to need for the future and for now.
It'd be interesting to know if people now have an understanding of engineering within Diageo, if they understand now why it's applicable.
I think it's important as well to that link to data that you were speaking about there, data analytics. That is very much in line with the engineering piece as well, right? So if we think about continuous improvement and all of that, we need people to be able to analyse data. So the machines that we use, it's almost like programming. We're going to be encoding and things like that, that we're going to be asking engineers to be able to do that. So our existing engineers that have been doing their jobs for years and years, they need to either upskill or we need to be pipelining that talent into the business. So if you've got a real genuine interest in data analytics, I think there's a place in engineering for you as well.
The thing is that we can't improve
the software engineering.
Yeah, we can't improve our plant if we don't know how it's running just now. Yeah. So there's a massive drive to go to the data side of things, performance monitoring they call it. Yeah. So how does the plant currently perform? Is it at maximum capacity? At which point, if it's at maximum capacity, that's when we would know that we need to improve it if the demand is higher than the ability to run it through the plant. So there's loads in there about data and how we use it.
Gillian, Cameron, we've got 1 minute left. So Cameron did ask the question there, guys. Put in the chat box. Do you now understand the link between engineering and Diageo? Understanding the products, now understanding the brand that looks after all those products that you might or might not be drinking or seeing your parents drink. And do you now understand the link between engineering and what jobs there are? Do pop in the chat box, because I think you asked some great questions there. I wonder if anyone's interested in a career at Diageo as well. Brand new brand, it might need a bit more for you to understand, but lots of yeses coming through. That's great. Gillian, Cameron, I think you guys did your jobs.
Your help, Chris, thank you.
Guys, we're going out into the main room any second now. So thanks so much for your time. We're going to the main room now. Just click that button and see you there.
Excellent. And you should be able to share see my screen sharing now. All good to go. Amazing. So yeah, lovely again. Good morning, everyone. So lovely to get to speak to you all. It is weird speaking to you and not getting to speak back to everybody. But if you do have any questions, pop them in the chat box. As I say, we'll go through them all, and hopefully we'll get some good conversations going later on. So to introduce ourselves, British Airways. Who are we? We are an airline, obviously. British Airways, we take people all around the world on lots of lovely holidays. We also do cargo transportation, so we take lots of interesting things all around the world in terms of cargo. We're a really unique business, I think. We've had certainly a bit of a roller coaster a couple of years throughout the pandemic. It has been quite up and down for us, but in terms of BA now, we are in our recovery phase of rebuilding the British Airways brand and making sure that we can get back to where we were before COVID. So to give you some fun facts about British Airways that you might not have heard of before, we are the flag carrier of the United Kingdom, so you'll recognise all our aircraft in the skies with the United Kingdom flag on the tail. We fly to more than 180 destinations. If you know any destinations that we might fly to or any destinations that you'd really like to fly to, maybe pop them in the chat box. That'd be great to have an idea of where you guys would like to go in the world. We fly across 80 countries, so we've got a really, really expansive route network, which makes us a really expansive and great airline for all our customers. We actually operate a fleet of over 280 aircraft. So a fleet is what we call the number of aircraft that we haven't owned. Sounds like a lot. If you think about it in comparison to Virgin Atlantic, for example, they actually only have 35 aircraft. We have over 280, so it is a big fleet for us. We serve over 45 million customers each year. Typically, again, this might have gone down the past couple of years, but 45 million customers each year. So that is a lot of cups of tea on board for our cabin crew. We've celebrated our centenary, which means we have 100 years of flying. So we are quite rich in history and we've got so much flying experience. So we're really proud of that heritage and to be a part of the aviation industry. We are a part of IAG and oneworld. So IAG is the International Airlines Group. You might have heard of it. We are one of 5 airlines within that group. Maybe again, if you know of any of the other airlines in that group or might want to do some research, I'd take that away. I'd go and have a little look at the other aircrafts that we're a part of that group. But what that means for us is it's really great to be a part of an airlines group in terms of when we are bulk buying aircraft or bulk buying fuel, for example. It allows us to buy for all the airlines in that group and save our money. It's more cost effective, things like that. So we can do it for one airline rather than do it for 5 airlines rather than one. And being a part of the One World Alliance means that we share our routes and networks with other airlines. So we are actually, there's 13 members of the One World Alliance, and it means that if a customer potentially wants to fly from Manchester to Puerto Rico, for example, we might not fly there directly, but it means that we work with the other members in our One World Alliance group to ensure that we can get our customers from A to Z. So it's a really great thing to be a part of for us. And yeah, some things that I want to talk about our British Airways colleagues. Obviously, people know us for pilots, cabin crew, working in the airport, but some of the really fun things that our colleagues get to be involved with are Flying Start, which is our charity partnership with Comic Relief. So our colleagues can fundraise for Flying Start in lots of different ways. They do lots of different charity events, lots of fundraising things that they can be involved with, which is really cool. We actually had the aim of raising £20 million by the year 2020, which our colleagues absolutely smashed because they get to get involved with it and it is so much fun. Our colleagues get the chance to be a part of the sustainability team because we have a lot of colleagues who are obviously really passionate about sustainability and war on waste in terms of an airline. We need to think more environmentally friendly, so there's lots of opportunities there. Our colleagues get involved with things like school volunteering, so they can go into schools, colleges, universities and talk about their careers at British Airways and talk about all the amazing things that they get up to, and it is great fun for them. So there's some fun facts about BA that you might not have known before. It'd be great to know in the chat box if there's anything new there for you. What I wanted to also talk to you a little bit about was really what Tim was saying about transferable skills really resonates with us at British Airways. What we do is we recruit for attitude and potential rather than your aptitude as students. And what this means is that we really look for students' characteristics and skills as opposed to any experience that they might already have, because we know that you might have the potential in you, but through reasons out of your control, you might not have had that experience. And again, certainly the past couple of years, there's been less and less opportunities for students to get any experience. So it's really important for us to recruit for that attitude and potential. So those transferable skills that Tim was talking about, you'll see also here. It makes total sense. So what we look for in our future colleagues are professional and positive attitudes. We're really looking for our apprentices to be role models, all our graduates, anyone that comes to BA, we want you to role model working for British Airways. We look for people who are passionate about delivering excellent customer service. And you might think, well, I'm an engineer, I'm not working in customer service. But actually, when it comes to our engineers that are working on board that aircraft, fixing whatever it might be that day, they have to do that with obviously safety in mind first and foremost for our customers, but also to make sure that it's impeccable, it's immaculate, because they think, well, my family might be on board this aircraft and I want them to have the best experience. So that's why customer service skills will serve you well no matter what you do, and that's something that we really look for. Good communication skills, as Tim said, you're going to be explaining maybe complex engineering problems to lots of different people around the business. And it's great that if you have those communication skills and you practice that, it's an easy way for you to make yourself understood and make sure that others have understood you. We look for strong team players. Naturally, you can't solve a problem on your own. It's really difficult. We look for people who are hugely organised and have great prioritisation skills. Things crop all the time at BA. No day is ever the same. So if you have the ability to prioritise what's important, what's urgent, etc., that's what we look for. And that adaptability, which isn't on here, but adaptability and resilience is something that is really, really important to us as well, to be able to go with the flow and change it up at a minute's notice. We look for problem solvers, people who can look at a problem and think, right, I want to tackle this. What are the different ways that I can explore? And who can really think creatively and think a little bit outside the box potentially. We look for self-motivated and proactive people. It goes without saying, and also reliable and punctual. Being an airline, being reliable and punctual on time is hugely important to our customers, but hugely important to us as well. We want our colleagues, our apprentices, anybody who joins, obviously, to be reliable, punctual, show up on time and be committed. So yeah, those are some things that we look for. What we're going to do next is I'm going to hand over to Fiz shortly, and we're going to talk a little bit about the type of engineering that we have at British Airways, which is aeronautical engineering. Talk about all the different what that means, all the different areas and different ways that you can come into British Airways as an engineer. What we're going to do now is show you a short video of a typical day in engineering, and you'll notice lots of different teams, people doing different things that you might not have thought of before. So I'll move on to that now, and I've shared this with sound, so please let me know if it works. If you have headphones in, you might need to turn it down if it's a bit loud. think that's everything. So what we'll do now is I'll hand over to Fiz. He can tell you a little bit more about his apprenticeship, his final year, and then he's going to talk a little bit about the different teams and types of engineering that we have at British Airways. So Fiz, I'm sharing the screen, but let me know when you want me to move on, okay?
Yep, cheers, Sam. So yeah, as Sam said, I'm in the third and final year of my apprenticeship. Obviously, it's been a bit tough with COVID and stuff, but luckily managed to get through all of it. And yeah, so far I've really enjoyed it. Couldn't see myself doing anything else really. Like, it's been a great experience, and every day is a challenge here. as well. So, I'm always going into work. I'm always looking for. I've been exposed to so many different areas of the business, as you can see on the screen. I'll go through all 4 of them. It's been a great experience so far, and I'll go through the different areas that you'll be exposed to as an apprentice if you do decide to join. So first, you've obviously got your base maintenance. So this is in the hangars where you'll be doing. There's many different types of base maintenance actually. So you can be doing the different types of checks you do when you're servicing an aircraft. Some of them are heavy, some of them are light. Just depends on how many flight cycles the aircraft has undergone. And you've got also, in terms of base maintenance, you've got sometimes a casualty, which means if something's gone wrong with an aircraft or it requires a heavy change, such as an engine change, it will go through the hangars. I'm pretty sure you might have seen in the video there was an engine change going on. So they're the types of things you can be doing in base maintenance. And in terms of line maintenance, that's at the terminal. So BA fly from Terminal 3 and Terminal 5. So as an apprentice, that's where you either be placed on one of them, sometimes even both aircraft there. T3 is mainly long haul, and at T5 you'll be sometimes the see if you can spot any depth registers, or sometimes sometimes and there may be a problem that the pilot spotted on the aircraft or prior to takeoff, which the engineer will need to come and see. And so yeah, that's in terms of line maintenance. In terms of your quality, so quality mainly look out for all areas of the business, just to make sure that everything's been done in compliance with the CAA, which is the Civil Aviation Authority, making sure everything's at its utmost safety, making sure that the aircraft maintenance being carried out safely, and the engineers, as they're carrying out the work, they are safe as well, to reduce the risk of any injuries. So they'll be looking at ways to see, there may be ways to improve the safety of engineers when they're carrying out a task, or the safety of the aircraft as well. And then you've got the workshops. So the workshops is where they'll be working to very, very high tolerances in terms of manufacturing certain components, such as, there may be some repairs for the aircraft skin that needs to be done. So this has to be done very, very specifically. There's not much tolerance about it. So if you mess up, then it won't be really good, as I guess. But obviously, there's ways around it. You've got it's quite technical there. You need to have really good hand skills to be in the workshops. And obviously, there's also, you got your power plant facility as well, which means you're carrying out overhauling of engines, which like the very detailed inspections, such as checking all the fan blades that they're within the tolerances, checking they're nice and smooth as well, and other internal components of the engine as well. So yeah, if you go to the next slide, Sam, please. So this is what like your pathway could look like if you join BA. So like myself, I'm joining as an apprentice in my third year. So obviously you may not join as an apprentice as well. You can join as a mechanic if you have the previous skill set, previous experience as well. Sometimes if you have a degree, you can join as what you call a junior mechanic. So that's where you'll pretty much be acting as a mechanic using your degree for the job. Upon completion of the apprenticeship, that's when I'll hopefully be promoted into a mechanic role until I get my license, which I've been working towards whilst I've been doing the apprenticeship. So this license will help me carry out any certification on aircraft, any inspections, and once I get given the license, I'll be given the technician role. And then you got three types of technicians actually. So you can get an A license technician, which is what I'm working towards. That's like your standard stuff. So you'll be carrying out inspections, what you call aircraft dailies and weeklies as well. Dailies just a walk around the aircraft, checking for, as I said before, any dents that need to be rectified, checking the brakes, checking the landing gears, because sometimes the brakes wear out, and the wheels as well. Sometimes you can get, sometimes like with your car, you can get some gouges in the wheels, scrap, anything to do with that. So if that's being carried out, you'll be asked to replace them. As technician, so you've got two B license technician. You've got a B1 and a B2. A B1 is mainly your mechanical stuff, and a B2 is more like, I saw some of you talking about earlier, you're interested in electrical and stuff. So that's more your B2 stuff, your avionics, so in terms of like navigation or your electrical components. Oh yeah, and obviously in the chat, feel free to ask questions. I'll be happy to answer them. So those are your two types. Once you complete your A, which is what I'm doing, you could go on to do your B license, or either B1 or B2. Just depends. And then once you are a technician for a certain amount of time, you can become an A, which means you've got a group, you got a team which you guide, and the team consist of apprentices like mechanics. I'll quickly answer a few questions now. So I can see what A levels have you done? So I actually came straight from year 11, so I didn't do A levels. Just done my GCSEs, but at my school I did do a BTEC level 2 in engineering. And where are you based? I'm based at Heathrow, but I did carry out a 1-month placement at Cardiff, doing heavy checks on the 777s and 78s. How many years career progression from an apprentice to LAE? So from an apprentice to LAE, it varies for everyone really, just depends. So to become an LAE, you need your B license. B license can take, you need 3 years of experience working on aircraft. No, sorry, 5 years of experience working on aircraft, plus all the exams you have to sit. And could take minimum maybe 5 years. Just depends when you get all your modules, all your experience, your book filled out. What grades did you get in? So the requirements, actually, I can go over that on the.
Sorry, Fizz, I think the audio is not super great. Do you want me to move on to the next slide where it talks about our requirements for the apprenticeship scheme?
Yes, please.
Sounds good. Okay.
Yes, please. So In terms of the grades you need to get in, you need 5 GCSEs, minimum A star to C, or as you guys probably have done, or you might do, is 9 to 4. You need your English, either English literature or language, and your maths, and you'll need a minimum 6 in maths. So yeah, I did fulfill those requirements, obviously. And so in terms of the qualifications gained, so in the first year, I was living by myself with the rest of the apprentices in my cohort in a place called the Cotswolds. Don't know if you're familiar with it, sort of near down the M4, near Swindon, Gloucestershire side. So that's where the training provider was, which we carried out our modules and our workshop phase, and also a bit of hangar phase as well. So in that first year, we carried out all of our modules, all of our hand skills in the workshops, working towards our level 2. And upon completion of the first year, in terms of the second and third year, we've been based back at Heathrow doing our work, filling out our what you call a book, which just fill out all your experience, all the tasks you've done on the aircraft, which helps you get your license. And you'll be carrying out a bit of level 3 coursework along the side as well, which helps you gain your actual level 3 aircraft technician qualification. And also you've got the aircraft workshop phase, which similar requirements, except you need a 5 in maths instead of a 6. Now the first year isn't actually spent away from home in the Cotswolds like that some of you are familiar with. What you
Fizz, I think the audio is really crackly out and cutting out, and I can see we've got 5 minutes. Shall I quickly wrap up what we need for aircraft maintenance and aircraft workshop?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, cool. So we have 2 main schemes that you can join British Airways Engineering on as an apprentice. As Fizz says, they vary, but 3 to 3.5 years. Similar requirements, you need your 5 GCSEs, A star to C, with a minimum of B or 6 in maths for our maintenance one, and a C for the workshop. That's just to the application of maths that you'll be using in your programs. You need to have that level of understanding to be able to deal with the kind of things that you'll be doing. It's a 3-year apprenticeship, or 3.5, so you do different things throughout year 1, 2 and 3. Year 1 is away from the business, focusing on your studies, and year 2 and 3 you come back to us and you gain those qualifications that Fizz talks about, where you can then go on to be a technician and then a licensed aircraft engineer. That's the type of things that you can do. I also wanted to quickly just talk about a few things to you all that you could look at in terms of if you are interested in aircraft engineering, how you could start your career, or things that you could have a little look at. Work experience is the best thing you can do, really. Find employers that offer it. I know it's tricky at the moment, but just be persistent in asking employers for any opportunities. Things like Pathway, reach out to as many people as you possibly can to get that work experience. Even just things like asking your friends and family if they have anything that they you can fix or repair or work on, any small projects like that will help you build up your hand skills, your dexterity, things like that is really useful. We've got lots of different amazing online resources that you can access. One I'm going to particularly highlight is Speedbird Z. So you can see on the slide here, it's our online learning platform for students. What we do is it's a British Airways platform, and we have lots of learning modules on there around employability, aviation, and British Airways as a brand. So there's a great thing you can do. You can go on and work through those learning modules. But we also have colleagues that are on the site that feature as digital mentors, and you can online chat with them about their roles, what they do, the reality of the role and all that kind of stuff. So it's a great way to be able to speak to our colleagues actually in BA at the moment. We do have engineers on there, both apprentices and fully qualified engineers. So it's a great way if you want to ask any questions a little bit later on, or you think, oh, I wish I'd asked that at the time. I would definitely encourage you to visit SpeedBirdZ online and sign up as a user. When we open our apprenticeship schemes for recruitment, we send emails out to all our SpeedBirdZ users to let them know that the apprenticeship schemes are open, how to apply, any top tips, things like that. So I can send you all that link after the event. But in terms of our apprenticeship schemes, they will be open around September time this year. So keep your eye out, sign up for job alerts, sign up to SpeedBirdZ if you're interested, and you'll receive email alerts when those schemes are open.
Some questions around the requirements, and what if you don't have the required grades for the apprenticeship? How would students go about that if they don't hit those requirements? I don't know who's best to answer that.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, so we set the requirements in maths in particular because the level of maths that students will use in their apprenticeship programs, you need to be able to achieve that level to be able to be successful in the program, I guess. We wouldn't want to set our students up for failure to say, oh, okay, potentially you can come in on a lower grade, but then when you're doing your apprenticeship program, you may really struggle with it, which we definitely don't want. So that's the requirements in terms of your GCSEs, and potentially if you don't achieve the grades that you had hoped for, you can always do resits, that kind of thing.
Sure, that's great. Any top tips, Fiz, for applying in an engineering apprenticeship?
So top tips are, I'd say just be yourself, really. Obviously you can try and make up things as you go to make you suited for the role, but BA are mainly looking for people being yourself, really. So it may not even be the engineering experience you need. Like, for instance, myself, I play football on the side. Football, that any sports need to, it's teamwork and leadership. Those sort of skills you can add into your application as well. Anything you do on the side can be very useful for when you're applying. Also, say if you do have any experience prior, it's not essential, but if you do, can try and relate it back to engineering as much as possible. Make sure you that add in, and just take your time with your application. Make sure you get everything in, and that's what I could say.
Yeah, great advice there. Thanks so much, both. We're now going to be moving into our next and final room. So students, hopefully that's given you a great insight into roles available and how you can apply at BA. And I did put some links in there in the chat box, but we'll make sure that you get those links after the session today. But I just want to come to you, Fiz, for advice for students who are looking to get into this sector.
So if you do want to get into this sector, definitely look at the work experience program. Try and apply for that. That will give you a great insight into what it's like to work for BA. Definitely gave me a good insight, and it was really enjoyable, the work experience as well. So I'd say do your research as well, as Sam said before, if you do want to get into the sector.
And stay on you there, Fiz. I know, Sam, you mentioned in terms of work experience, it has been quite difficult the last few years. So Fiz, how did you incorporate perhaps what you did in school or outside of school? How did you incorporate that into your application?
So in terms of my application, I spoke actually a lot about stuff which isn't related to engineering as well, such as because some of the skills which are required within engineering you actually gain outside of any other engineering you may do, such as leadership and teamwork. So for instance, I play football, so in terms of playing football, you gain your teamwork and leadership skills, which is definitely useful to put in your application. So if you do any sports, that's good to put in. And it's definitely more to do with yourself, really, not to do with your previous experiences. So if you do apply, make sure you just be yourself, really.
Yeah, definitely. And just to highlight what Sam also said about, customer service skills, really key. So maybe you've got a part-time job in a, supermarket. So don't feel like that's not relevant as exactly what Fizz said with, his sport that he did. And yeah, it's all about those transferable skills. Sam, anything sort of hints and tips for students, anything from you?
I think what I would say is that and you probably will all laugh at this, but when we see applications that come through from students or anybody who wants to work at British Airways, they all say, why do you want to work at BA? Oh, I like to travel. Well, we all like to travel. What we want to know about is why BA specifically? What interests you about a British Airways apprenticeship? So really, it might be something that you've read online about British Airways that's thought, oh, that was really interesting, I'm going to mention that in my interview, or something that you might have seen on the television, or it's your chance to really to showcase your unique interest in it. Try and stand out from the crowd by talking about why specifically BA. That's what we want to hear about, because we want people who are passionate about obviously engineering, but also about our brand. So definitely do your research. Definitely, that's what I would say.
Yeah, so Sam's mentioned some key things here for you to research onto. So, when you are applying, maybe this time next year, you've got a bit of a head start, and, then it just shows, doesn't it, Sam, that, okay, this person is interested in us, and they're dedicated and committed. But thanks, everyone. We're going back into the main room now just to wrap up before lunch. But yeah, well done, guys, with asking great questions. And thanks, Sam and Fizz, for sharing an insight into BA.
Thanks, Catherine.
Thanks, see you in the room.
We are back in the right. We're in the breakout room. Remember what I said about asking questions? Do go for it, and you can come off mute if you want. Be as comfortable as you want to be. But I am here to just facilitate. So I'm going to hand over to Tim and take it away.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Max. Hopefully I'm off mute and you can see the screen. So yeah, as Max said, please do put your hand up, put stuff in the chat, come off mute and interrupt us if we're not answering your questions. And hopefully we can give you a bit of an idea of what we're all about at the Institute. So just to kind of add by way of introductions for those of you who missed the start of the call, my name is Tim. So I work on the recruitment and admissions team here at the Dyson Institute of Engineering and Technology. So all things kind of going out into schools, doing UCAS events and just running the admissions process as well, and trying to help people who are looking at engineering to find the best route for them. So that's what kind of my role is all about, and I'll be able to help kind of talk through what we offer throughout the session. But Hayden, do you want to quickly introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, hello, I'm Hayden Brown. I'm a undergraduate in my third year at the Dyson Institute. And yeah, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have and kind of tell you about the story of my pathway into engineering and how I got here.
Fantastic. Thanks, Hayden. So I'll just give a quick overview of what we kind of offer, and then we can kind of take questions from there. But hopefully this will kind of answer those burning questions that you've got. So the first things first, it's really simple here. We offer one program. So there's only one thing to remember. There's one thing to take away. So the program that we offer at the Dyson Institute of Engineering and Technology is a degree apprenticeship. So you might have heard me talking about those in the last session. It's a degree apprenticeship in engineering. So the qualification that you'll get at the end of this program is a Bachelor's of Engineering degree alongside a level 6 apprenticeship standard. So we'll be able to talk a little bit more about how that works. But the Dyson Institute, you might recognize one of those names there, Dyson, as a company, is very connected to Dyson as a company. And basically about 5 or 6 years ago, James Dyson, our founder, and is still our chief engineer, who you may have heard of as well, wanted to basically create a university to help fill the engineering shortage in the UK, but also globally. And so he came up with this idea of starting the Dyson Institute in partnership with the government and the funding that was available for that. And we're now able to deliver this program completely ourselves. So we awarded the degree element of the course ourselves. We've designed the degree to be industry relevant. It's taught by our own academic staff. And then you'll come out of this program with a degree from the Dyson Institute. But as I said, it's a level 6 degree apprenticeship. So you come out with that apprenticeship work experience as well at the end of the program. So it's a 4-year program. So it's one stat to remember, it's 4 years. So it's potentially the same as a degree at a university where you're doing a year in industry as part of that. But the way that we do it here at the Dyson Institute is that because you're studying towards a degree and you're completing an apprenticeship, you've got a lot to fit into those 4 years. So for 2 days a week, you are studying towards your degree. So that degree is essentially split up like this. So the first 2 years, you'll be studying a general engineering syllabus. So you'll be studying bits of mechanical engineering, bits of electronics engineering, some software, and also some kind of in terms of how that all works together, electromechanical engineering. And then in years 3 and 4, you'll get to choose to specialize in one of those areas. So wherever your interests lie or what you've preferred most, what you kind of want to go on and do later on in your career. So that's kind of how the degree works. So for 2 days every week, you'll be studying towards your degree, and that will come through a mixture of lectures, tutorials, self-study, all the kind of typical things that you think of when you're at university. That's exactly how it will work for your degree. And then for the other 3 days of week, you are a Dyson engineer. So you're in the workplace, just like every other Dyson engineer, working on new technologies, researching things, testing things. And the way that works, a bit like the kind of structure of the degree element of the course. For the first 2 years, you'll complete 4 6-month rotations. So you'll do a rotation in a software workplace team, in an electronics workplace team, in a mechanical engineering team, and also in a new product innovation team. So that is basically looking at new technologies and kind of stuff of the future that Dyson are looking to do going forwards. And then, just like in the degree, at the end of those first 2 years, you'll have hopefully a good idea of where you want to specialize, of where you want to devote more of your time. And you'll go into a permanent workplace team for those 2 years, alongside that matches up with your specialism choice within the degree. So that's basically how the program works. Hayden, do you want to quickly just talk about kind of what you're doing within that program? Where are you at in the program, and what are you kind of specializing in?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, I'm in my 3rd year of the program. I've chosen to specialize in electromechanical engineering. So I get kind of a breadth of different courses that I work with. I do some software, I do some electronics, I do some mechanical, and it all kind of comes together in my workplace. So I'm working in new product innovation floor care. So I'm basically developing vacuums for the future. And I get to use a lot of these different skills that I'm learning to create new ideas for products, develop rigs, and actually test them and then implement them, and hopefully see them in products coming out in the future.
That's great. So yeah, hopefully you can see that what our undergraduates are doing is not just an academic project or a university project that is just there for learning benefits. It's contributing to the success of the business going forward. So the stuff Hayden's working on now, hopefully, is stuff that is going to be able to kind of come to market in years to come, and will have kind of a real impact in the floor care market, and will kind of change the way that vacuums are used and how they work, how they are kind of more efficient, more eco-friendly, all of those things that kind of are really important to look at. And that's the same across the business. So whatever team undergraduates are working in, whether it might be in other areas of kind of Dyson technology, such as the lighting technology or robotics or the kind of environmental, yeah, exactly, personal care, the hair care stuff, like the hair dryers or hairstyling products, whatever it might be. Some of our undergraduates are working on stuff that has either already come to market or that is going to be coming to market. I don't know if any of you actually out of interest saw the latest launch that Dyson had last week of the Dyson Zone, which is a kind of a new headphones come personal air purifier that you can kind of take out on the streets. You can wear it, it purifies air and blows it into your kind of breathing zone. And we've had undergraduates who have been working on that for the last few years, and now it's come to market and they can finally talk about it and share what they've been up to. And it's really exciting to be able to do that. So that is just a glimpse of the types of things that you might be able to do kind of in the workplace and using your academic knowledge to do that. So in terms of kind of the rest of the experience, this is where we're based. So Dyson, the main offices in the UK are based in Malmesbury, which is kind of North Wiltshire, about 45 minutes outside of Bristol. You can see on the map there. And we basically work across 3 main campuses or sites in the UK. So Malmesbury is the predominant one, and that is where the Dyson Institute is based. That's where I am right now. That's kind of where most of our undergraduates will be working for the 4 years. Larrington is a bit of a smaller site, about 10 minutes down the road from here. And that, again, is a bit of an extension of this campus, really. So depending on what team you're in or what rotation you're on, you might be working out of that office. Larrington, out of interest, was an old airfield base in, I think was it World War II, Hayden, I think, that kind of James bought and kind of renovated and done up. So lots of history there and lots of kind of things to motivate our engineers whilst they're at work. And then the final office is in Bristol, and that is our software hub. So if you're kind of specializing in software or focusing in on software, that is where you'll be working out of. And there's lots of kind of help and support in terms of commuting across the different campuses as and when you need to. And these are just a few photos of the Malmesbury campus. So you can see some photos of the cafe there. We've got the Lightning Cafe with the lightning jet hanging from the ceiling. So that's a classic place for engineers to have lunch. The top middle one there is a shot of the Institute space. So that is where our undergraduates study. It's where all the lecture theatres are, the kitchen is, and where we as staff work as well. It's also where the library is based. You can see one of the lecture theatres there on the top right as well. But the campus is really nice. It's obviously fairly rural in the Malmesbury town. So there's a nice nature walk that goes around campus. You can go for a relaxing stroll in the middle of the day. And there's lots of cafes on site and just places to wind down. But Malmesbury is also where our first year undergraduates live. So we have purpose-built accommodation on the campus for first year students. Hayden, I don't know if you want to kind of talk about the Dyson Village a bit more.
Yeah, so I lived in the Dyson Village in my first year. You don't have to live there, but it's a great opportunity to. And everyone basically has their own individual pod, which has a bedroom with a desk and everything so you can study, and then an ensuite within that pod, which is basically just your own. And then you share some other living spaces with the other undergraduates, like kitchens and the kind of communal living areas. So we've got about 8 to 9 people to a kitchen, and you all kind of share, and you can choose to cook together or on your own as you see fit. And then we've got a living room and another kind of communal area further down the village. And then there's also a communal laundry areas where there's a bunch of washing machines and tumble dryers that you can use kind of for free. And you go there and just use them whenever you want to.
That's great. Yeah. So on site, you also have free access to the gym on site, where there's multiple kind of fitness classes or sports clubs to join in with, and also the Roundhouse there, top right, is a kind of a restaurant on the bottom floor and kind of stroke bar on the top where we can just hang out. Or if you want to do some silent study, it's just a place kind of for students to be, and we're kind of working on make that a really kind of relaxing and fun place to be. So I think it's really important to kind of notice here, actually, Dyson Village is really unique when it comes to degree apprenticeships. So I don't know how much you all know about degree apprenticeships, maybe nothing, maybe you've heard of it, but not really sure what it's all about. But essentially, degree apprenticeships are usually in partnership between the university, who are delivering the degree qualification. So you might be going to them maybe one day a week, or for a few weeks every term, or maybe for an extended block of learning every year. And then the rest of the time you are your employer, who are delivering obviously the apprenticeship. And that kind of relationship can sometimes be quite difficult, because you've got 2 different people telling you what you need to be doing and trying to input into your learning, into your academics. And that can sometimes kind of push and pull you in 2 directions and can be quite difficult. So at the Institute, we do that slightly differently because we are effectively both the university in the sense that we deliver the degree, and we have our own academics, we deliver everything else around that, but also we're part of Dyson, who are the apprenticeship provider and the people that you'll be working for at the same time. So what that means, because we're both, we can make it work in the best way possible for our students. So we can decide when things happen, make sure your timetables work well, make sure that your exams are not going to clash with other things going on in the workplace, hopefully. And part of that is being able to offer first year accommodation. So typically within degree apprenticeships, you'd be expected to find your own accommodation if you wanted to relocate nearer the employer or near the university. Whereas what we can offer is on-site accommodation for all of our first years. So we would typically take around 40 undergraduates every year. So it's a smaller than university, but bigger than, I guess, apprenticeships typically, in the sense that you're doing it alongside about 40 other people in your year group. And you're getting to live alongside them, socialize alongside them, and just kind of do life with them, really. And that's a real kind of key factor when it comes to student support and having people to do the experience alongside with, and something which makes this program very unique. Hayden, I don't know if you want to talk about kind of how you were considering your different options when you were leaving school. What were the key decisions you had to make in terms of university, apprenticeship, degree apprenticeship, all those different options that you had available? Just talk us through that journey for you.
Yeah, definitely. So leaving school, I was interested in engineering. I was looking at a few different options, kind of more mechanical engineering or biomedical engineering. And I was actually looking internationally. So I was looking at universities in Canada, I was looking at universities in the UK, and I found this program and I thought it was a brilliant opportunity to kind of blend my learning and actually start to apply things. And I'm so glad that, that I did choose it, because it basically reinforces your learning as you go along. So you learn some things in your academics, and then sometime later in the year you go, oh wow, I can actually apply that to this problem that I'm facing in work. So knowing that now, it's a brilliant choice, and I'm glad that I made it. And I think sharing that knowledge of how you can apply things can really help to guide other people to know what's maybe best for them.
Definitely. Fantastic. And so I was quickly going to talk a little bit more about how we kind of support undergraduates as well, because we recognize it's a really full-on program. I'm sure Hayden will back me up when he says it is hard work, doing a 3-day job whilst also doing 2 days a week towards a degree and everything else that goes alongside that. It's not the easy option, and we wouldn't shy away from saying that, but hopefully you're already seeing some of the rewards that you can get from it. And so we want to support our undergraduates to do that, because we recognize it's hard work. So we surround our undergraduates, as you can see on the screen, with loads of ways that we support them, whether that be their line manager in the workplace, who can kind of be them as a bit of a mentor and help guide them and someone to ask questions to, whether that be their lecturer or the academic team in terms of the degree and being able to help them work through problems that they're having to solve, or coursework, or revising for exams. Whether that just be kind of peer support through their year group, through friends, or also something we call the Undergraduate Experience Committee, which is essentially the student body representatives. So they're the students who kind of represent the whole student body and vote on things and decide, okay, what would we like to change if we could? And we work really closely with them as staff to help shape the experience at the Dyson Institute and make it as beneficial to everyone as we can. I think one of the huge benefits of being a smaller institution is that it's easier to change things. We're not a 100-year-old university that has kind of systems in place that are just impossible to change because it's just so big and it's such a giant to try and get your head around. We can be quite nimble, we can change things quickly, we can make sure that what we're offering is firstly as relevant as it can be to you as training engineers, but also as hopefully as kind of beneficial in sense of it works the best for you, you get the best experience out of it. And we're not just doing things because that's how it's been done. We've been able to completely redesign how higher education can look. But then the main kind of area of support, I think, for us at the Institute would be the student support advisors. So each year group of 40 undergraduates will have its own dedicated student support advisor, and that is someone that they can meet up with basically as often as they want, to have regular one-to-ones and just chat about anything really that they're either struggling with or want support with. So student support advisors aren't trained engineers, they're there as kind of mentors, as coaches, as support to help undergraduates kind of get through tricky patches and discuss things they might be struggling with, whether it be mental health or well-being, personal development, anything like that. Hayden, I don't know if you want to just quickly touch on maybe how you found the support structure at the Dyson Institute.
Yeah, so it's really, really good. Touching on kind of the student support advisors first, it's really beneficial to have them because they support you in so many different aspects of your career at the Dyson Institute. So they kind of can support you with your academics, not actually with the content that you're learning, but kind of being able to study best and kind of different techniques that you might be able to apply and how you can be less stressed around exams, etc. They help you with your workplace as well. Similarly, if you're encountering problems with the workplace, what kind of strategies you might be able to use to mitigate that. If you're having issues kind of in your own life, so like relational issues with someone else, what you can kind of do to improve that. They're kind of there as someone that's always willing to listen to you, to help you try to figure out your problems. And then also, as Tim said earlier, they're also there in kind of a coaching and mentoring capacity. So if you want to develop more professionally and kind of develop a pathway of how you want to proceed with your career, they're really good at supporting you with that as well.
Great, thanks, Hayden. So we're going to come on to some questions shortly, but I think the final thing I want to say is I think one of the huge benefits of degree apprenticeships is the financial aspect, and in the sense that with the university you'd have to pay like over £9,000 a year tuition fees, which you typically pay back on a student loan for a long time afterwards. And you're also not getting paid because you're not working in the sense of being employed. So the main difference with degree apprenticeships is that you're both being employed, so you're getting paid in a salary every year. For us at the Institute, that starts on £18,000 and that goes up year on year. But then alongside that, there's no tuition fees involved, so you're not having to pay a penny for your education. In fact, you are simply getting paid to learn and to work. So if that is a kind of factor for you, which I think for everyone it is in some capacity, for some more than others, it's definitely something to think about in terms of your kind of employability and prospects going forward, because not only are you going to be able to apply your learning and become more employable through the work experience that you get through a degree apprenticeship, but you're also not going to have that kind of legacy of student debt on you that you're going to have to pay off for years to come. And you don't have to rely on external kind of financial backing, whether that be from family, friends, or having to kind of apply for grants if that's what you might need to do for university. So it's a huge kind of pro and a huge advantage of the degree apprenticeship model that we're trying to really make the most of and pave the way on and kind of pioneer within higher education here at the Dyson Institute. So hopefully that just brings to life what we're all about. Be great just to have a few questions, and if there's anything we haven't covered yet that you'd be interested to know. There's a couple coming to the chat, so do keep them coming on in, and hopefully we can kind of answer some of these. So the first one there, well, I think both of them actually touching on the kind of admissions process, in the sense of what is it, how does it work, how do I stand out? So the way that we kind of do that is, firstly, you need to have the academic requirements. So for us, that would typically be 2 A's and a B at A level, to include an A in mathematics, an A in a STEM subject, and a B in a third subject. And if you do 4 A levels, then we would require, and you do physics within that, we would require a minimum grade B in your physics. So to apply, you need to have those predicted grades. That is the first things first. And then from there, there's a 4-stage application process. So the first stage is just an initial application, just some kind of basic questions and check boxes, just to ensure you've got all the eligibility requirements for the course. And part of that is demonstrating your predicted grades. The next stage would be online assessment. So these are 3 psychometric assessments, which you'll be given tests to do, kind of test examples to do beforehand, so you can just kind of get clued up on what they look like, how they feel, and that kind of thing. But they are firstly a diagrammatical reasoning assessment. So that's kind of looking at how do you spot patterns and how do things kind of work mechanically and through diagrams. Kind of visualizing how things work. Secondly, is your numerical reasoning, so spotting kind of patterns. And then thirdly, it's all about kind of building that profile of your personality and your characteristics and your skill set. And that is just looking to see how your brain works, how you think, how your cognitive ability might indicate your job performance. The next stage after that is a telephone interview with one of our recruitment team or staff. And that's just to get a sense of your passions within engineering, your skills within kind of team working, communication, all these sort of non-academic requirements on the screen here. We're looking for evidence of that and demonstration of that. And that can come in a variety of ways. It doesn't have to come through engineering work experience. It can come through essentially anything, sports clubs, part-time work, whatever it might be. So just think of examples to do that. And then finally is the assessment day on campus. And that's where you would come onto site with other other applicants, to conduct some group tasks, some role plays, some more individual technical interviews. But it's also your first chance to come onto campus and get a real feel for what the Dyson Institute experience could really be like. So we are likely going to be opening applications for 2023, it will be, towards the end of this year, calendar year, sorry, and that will likely close kind of in January 2023. So if you haven't kind of already, make sure you register an interest on our website and you'll be the first to hear about that whole process. I think, a couple of questions here for you, Hayden. I think, firstly, about the kind of student experience. So a question from Lisa asking, considering there's a very small student body, do these students get a uni experience, so to speak? And just to kind of, talk about that, maybe talk about what some of your friends at university have kind of said in conversations between what you do, what they do. Just bring that to life a bit more for us.
Yeah, definitely. So I think here at Dyson, we don't have as big a student body as a lot of other universities, but we still have a lot of things on. So as Tim mentioned earlier, we have the UEC, which is kind of our representative body, and we have a social team within that, and they organize a bunch of different events for us. So regularly they offer buses to kind of local cities on kind of Fridays to go out and have a nice time. And they also do other things like day trips. They organize events like go-karting and paintballing. I think there's a graffiti workshop that they're doing in Bristol soon. So there's a lot of different things that are run through the UEC. We also have a lot of different kind of social events run through just the students themselves. So we have a bunch of different clubs. There's like outdoors, rock climbing, like kayaking and surfing, and there's games, board games, there's beekeeping. Like there's a surprising breadth of different clubs and activities going on, considering kind of that we don't have that kind of large student body that other universities have. So there's always a lot of activities going on. And then furthermore, as a Dyson employee, you also get access to all the kind of events and clubs and everything that Dyson run. So Dyson have this organization called Forward Dyson, which is employee-run initiatives that do different clubs and different activities for people at Dyson. So previously they've done stuff like have Aardman animations come in and bring in clay models and teach people how to make kind of the different characters and stuff. So there's a really broad variety of activities that you can get involved with here at Dyson.
That's great. And so, I think just picking up on that point that Hayden mentioned in terms of being a Dyson employee as well as a student, that is obviously part of the degree apprenticeship model where you are both a student, you're studying a degree, but also as an apprentice, you're an employee and working at Dyson. So on the Malmesbury campus, for example, we've obviously got 150 undergraduates across the 4 years, but it's also where about 5,000 Dyson employees work. So it's very much like a campus feel. So there's lots of buildings, lots of big restaurants, cafes. It's where the gym is, obviously where the Dyson Village is. So it's not just going to be your kind of small, close-knit year groups, which is obviously a huge benefit when it comes to having that support and friendships and that doing life with people in the same situation. But you also get to have access to this whole Dyson network, not just here in Malmesbury, but it's a global network. There are thousands of employees around the world that work for Dyson that you will be able to connect in with through various kind of job roles and that sort of thing. So yeah, hopefully that brings to life what that looks like as well. Because the other thing as well, in terms of prospects and employability after the course, so here at the Dyson Institute, if you receive a 2-1 or better in your degree, so that's essentially the grade of your degree. If you get a 2-1 or better, then you have got a guaranteed job at Dyson if you want it, full-time, permanent, but you don't have to take it. It's completely up to you. So some schemes, some apprenticeships, some degree apprenticeships might tie you in for a certain amount of years after the program. We don't do that. We leave it completely up to you. So if you want to take your learnings, take your degree of qualification, take your work experience, and then go into another business, another company, whether that be engineering or elsewhere. We looked at kind of some of the different pathways earlier this morning. Then for us, that's great because you're taking what you've learned from here and you're going to be able to take that somewhere else and apply it somewhere else and have an impact wherever you go. But for example, we've had our first graduate year group who graduated last summer, and all of them actually decided to stay at Dyson, which is great to hear. We've had, I think, one of the two of them decided to go off and do a master's first and then come back. But lots of them are currently out in Singapore working for Dyson out there. We've had one or two go out to Chicago in America. So because Dyson is a global company, there are these options there globally as well, and we try and give our undergraduates experience of that kind of global network as well during their 4 years as well. So hopefully you can kind of see those huge prospects that are available for you at the Dyson Institute.
I think it's also worth pointing out when Tim talks about the fact that putting that program together, and you're not just at university doing the theoretical stuff, it is more challenging, but the whole point is that the support is given there and the structure is there for you to be able to succeed. And the point as well is that the Dyson Institute has put this together because they realize that the potential that you students have, you are capable of succeeding in that type of program. So it's really an extra step that's been moved forward to be able to, you can do it. The potential is there, you have the potential, and they've just made it more supportive, and you will achieve more than just going to university. And it's a fantastic opportunity when you think about it. There's a couple of good questions about Tim, whether you need what grades do you need for GCSE? And would you go from secondary school straight into the Dyson Institute, or do you go from A levels into the Dyson Institute?
Yeah,
we've got 3 minutes left.
Good question. Thanks, Max. So yeah, just to bring to life in terms of entry requirements and how that works. So at at GCSE level, we just require grade C, or I think that's level 6, isn't it? In your maths and English. But the main academic requirements come at A level. So it's a post-18 qualification, just like university is. And you can see the academic requirements there on the screen on the left. So it's 2 A's and a B at A level or equivalent. You can check out the website for all the different equivalencies if you're not studying at A level. But yeah, an A in maths, an A in another STEM subject, and a B in a third subject. And then from there, it's a 4-stage application process. And that's where we're looking for evidence of the requirements on the right-hand side of the screen. So these are skills that we think make a really good engineer. And we're wanting to see evidence of all these different skills throughout the application process. So we conduct online assessments, so numerical reasoning, diagrammatical reasoning, and a personality profile as well. Then there's a telephone interview where we're looking for you to kind of talk through examples of where you've used these skills and learned these skills, but also to see if the Dyson Institute is the right thing for you to find out a bit more about it. And then finally, we've got an assessment day on campus, which is your chance to come onto site and see what we're all about, but also to undertake a few further assessments as well, such as group tasks, role plays, more kind of one-on-one technical interviews as well to demonstrate your academic knowledge. And then from there, we'll be making offers. So it's good to just be starting to think about, okay, how can I demonstrate some of these skills here that are on the screen, and make sure that you're kind of working hard and getting those A-level grades as well. And in terms of our application process, we'll be likely to open for 2023 towards the back end of this academic year, and they'll probably be closing in January 2023 for September. So if you haven't already, register an interest on our website and you'll be the first to hear about all of that, and you'll get further details as well on there. I can see there's a couple of questions about what is a STEM subject and what would you kind of prefer as a STEM subject. So STEM basically stands for science, technology, engineering, and maths. So that could be any science, physics, biology, chemistry. It could be any technology such as DT, product design, that sort of thing. All that is kind of broken down on our website as well. You don't have to have physics, but if you don't have physics, you will be asked to just go through a quick physics summer school before you start, and that's just to give the basic requirements of what you need for the course. But we don't require physics as an A-level. So I can see a few more questions coming in here. When and how can you apply? Great question, Vikil. So we'll hopefully be opening our application process towards the back end of this calendar year, probably likely to close mid-January 2023. And that will be for September 2023 entry. But the best thing to do is register an interest on our website, and you'll be the first to hear about when applications are opening and everything you need to do to apply. Another question here from Katie. So do we count design technology as a STEM subject? Absolutely. So that would come under the T in STEM, which stands for technology. So DT, design technology, product design, all of that. And again, all of that's kind of listed on the website as well. So do check out the full list of kind of entry requirements there. Again, Phoebe, yes, so A-level maths is required for the course. So if you study BTECs, we do take BTEC, but we would require the A-level maths alongside the BTEC, and that's just because of the content of the A-level maths course is a bit of a prerequisite for the course and the degree program. So that's why we would require that. But again, just encourage you just to check out the full list of entry requirements on the website for you to understand your individual kind of circumstances. Do we have any questions coming in? We've got a bit more time left, 4 minutes. Or does the silence mean we've answered everything already, hopefully? So another question from Vicky asking, is this course equivalent to an engineering degree? So yes, in the sense that it is an engineering degree. So as a degree apprenticeship, you receive both a degree, just like any other university degree. There's no difference there, no dispute there. So if you were going, for example, to Oxford or Imperial or any other university to study engineering, the degree that you get there would be exactly the same qualification that you'd get here. Obviously, with just the only difference would be that the specialisms you choose or the difference in modules that are taught. But in terms of recognition, it's exactly the same. But on top of that, you're getting 4 years work experience, plus a salary and no student debt. I'll let you do the math. A question here from Gabriella about taking further maths. So that won't have at all, other than it just demonstrates your maths ability. So we would still require the maths A level, but the further maths would count as a second STEM subject in those entry requirements. And a question from Freya asking, does it matter that the qualification is a B-Eng instead of an M-Eng? Absolutely not. Hayden, I don't know if you want to kind of talk about that. I don't know if that was something that you were thinking about with this program and kind of why you might want to do an M-Eng and why a B-Eng might actually be absolutely okay.
Yeah, so I suppose it kind of depends on what you want to do in the future. I think here at Dyson, we have a really good opportunity because not only do you graduate with your BEng and 4 years of work experience, so long as you get a 2-1 or better, you also have a guaranteed job should you want to take it. So in terms of your actual prospects of getting a job, you've basically got everything in the bag already. So you can always go on to do an MEng later in your career if you want to. But I think it balances out really nicely with what we have actually available at Dyson.
Definitely, and I think the other thing I'd add to that is sometimes the reason people want to do an MEng is due to kind of wanting to seek accreditation and become a chartered engineer. But actually, you don't have to always go down that route, because one of the other criteria is the amount of work experience you get. And we fully expect that the 4 years work experience you'll get through our program will be sufficient to satisfy that kind of that route into chartership. So again, it's just worth asking those questions in the sense of why would you want to do an MEng? What is it that the MEng brings you that the BEng wouldn't give you in this sense? But the option, as Hayden always has said already, is always there to do that at any point afterwards if you want to.
There's some really good questions coming in, Tim and Hayden, obviously keeping you on your toes. There is one from Altaf about how much do you currently earn per year? Well, what I'm going to say is that if the starting salary is 18,000, it must be, I'm sure it's more than that, as Hayden's been there more than a year. Realize that when you do look at these opportunities, it's a really good question, because I know that is a concern, because we always say, oh, you'd be debt free because you don't have to pay university fees or whatever. You do get paid a salary that does increase through the course. It's not like you start on that salary and that's it for all the time that you're with the institution or any other company that you might join on an apprenticeship. And look as well at the fact that what you are doing, you are in a real job. So the work that you do is on a real project. This isn't just theoretical stuff. This is affecting everyday lives. This is affecting the company itself in terms of the work that you do, takes it forward. So that's a massive, massive opportunity to get that experience before you're even qualified, before you've even got your full degree. And we know that it is confusing when we start to talk about degrees from a university, degrees via an apprenticeship, degrees via the Dyson Institute. We know that it can get confusing. Hence why we do these sessions to clarify things. Those questions are really good, and it's good to have them clarified. It is a degree. It's not equivalent. It's the same. It is a degree. All that is changing is the building and the institution in which you are getting that degree and the amount of work experience that you're getting. That's how you need to think about it. The world changed when we changed the way apprenticeships work. So think about that. That's what you need to consider, and that's why we're here explaining this to you. I think, let me just check our time. I think we might have a couple of minutes left. We do have a couple of minutes left. We've got 2 minutes left, and there's some good questions in there.
Yeah, happy to pick up on one or two of them. So in terms of the kind of whole accreditation chartership route, it's a bit of a complicated one, so probably not enough time to go into fully on now, but there's a page on our website, on the degree apprenticeship section of the website, that just explains it a bit more depth in terms of how that process works. But we fully expect that, through this program, you would be able to pursue chartership. And finally, in terms of how many applicants we get, typically it would be between around 500 and 700 applicants, and that is for roughly about 40 or 50 offers. So a competitive process, yes, we can't deny it, but absolutely you have the opportunity throughout the application process to really show us why you are suitable for this course and why we should consider you. So it's not just grades on a piece of paper that we say yes or no to, like a university might. It is an in-depth application process that you get to really show us your individuality and your unique skill set. So it's really worth thinking about how you can do that. And I know this afternoon will be a really useful start.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds. Yeah, don't forget, we do have another Q&A panel this afternoon. There's been some really good questions from all of the rooms we've been in. And one thing I will add about how competitive is it? Don't worry about how competitive it is, because wherever you go, it's going to be competitive. Focus on yourself. Focus on what you want. Focus on what you can do. Focus on what you can bring. Don't worry about anyone else, because Tim, at the end of the day, will have to choose people, and you hope that you are one of them because you focused on yourself. Room, fantastic. Well, I can only speak for my 3 rotations to say that there was so much great information. I learned a lot. We learned a lot. There's so much great information given across that has been really, really useful. That was a lot. I mean, we know that was an hour and a half. I'm conscious of that. And speaking of it being an hour and a half, this afternoon we have a Q&A panel. You're going to meet more apprentices. You're going to meet the same people again, and you're going to meet apprentices. And that's going to happen after the strength session. So what I actually want to do is we're going to go to lunch now. I'm going to give you time. For those of you that haven't finished your strengths profiles, jump on it at lunchtime now if you can. Again, don't worry too much if you don't, because you have it now. You have access to it. Get it done, and you can see what we're talking about. Obviously, I was in the Dyson Institute room, so I know everything about the Dyson Institute now, and I'm excited to find out more about the others through the Q&A this afternoon, and I think that's really important. So I do want to say thank you to Chris, to Catherine, to Shakira, and to Aisha, who's been working in the background, for your help in the breakout rooms. I hope they were all as good as mine were. I'm sure they were. And to the students, go away, enjoy your lunch, take the time off, clear your brain a little bit, and then think about those questions. Think about what's being said. Think about the information that you heard. I want to go back to the opening poll at the beginning about engineering, but also about university or apprenticeship. So a high percentage that will look at university. Maybe now your world is opening to other possibilities and what can be achieved and how to get into those different areas of engineering and not necessarily needing to go to university directly. And also understanding more about what the Dyson Institute offers, what Diageo offers, what British Airways offers. Bring those questions to the Q&A. We're ready to answer them. Don't be shy with them. Thank you to all of the brands as well that have presented so far. We know that it's been a lot of good work, and that's a good hour and a half session. So I know it takes out of you guys. So thank you for that. Let's go and have lunch. We'll be back here at 1:15. Welcome back after lunch, everyone. I've just been saying that before lunch, we met the brands. Now we're going to go into a strength session. There's going to be a lot of interaction in the chat box from students, please, because we're going to be asking you lots of questions. There's a few videos to watch as well. What I do want to say is that we have got the Q&A after this. Now think about your strengths. Think about those strengths profiles that we've sent out that you might have had a chance to do. Think about what you heard and what you learned from the different brands, and really, really do not be afraid to ask questions. The reason why we set these days up is so that in future, whether you're year 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13, this is a really beneficial day for you to absorb information and learn about what your future could look like and ask questions. No question is a silly question, never. We set these days up because we, Pathway CTM as an organization, want to ensure that students, you, have as much choice as possible, or have as much information as possible to make the best possible choices. But you can't do that if we don't put the information in front of you. But then to put the information in front of you, we need to connect with companies like Diageo, like British Airways, like the Dyson Institute, so that we can then put their information in front of you because we know how good their opportunities are. I'm actually going to ask a question in the chat box. Can you just let me know how much you knew about each company before this morning's sessions? Just give me a sense. And I know that can be a bit of a sensitive question, but we want to know that we've helped you maybe open your eyes to a new company. I ask because you may look at engineering and you may be year 9, 10, and you haven't had a chance to explore different brands and different information. Some brands might be more well known to you because of the types of products they make than others, okay? I mean, I'm not going to specifically name drop, but I did do some vacuuming at lunchtime. So let's have a look. Oh, there's a lot of information coming through. British Airways, people knew somewhat about BNA and Dyson, but not Diageo. Good, and you're learning. So now you're seeing more and you can see the opportunities that are available and how big they are. Small amount about Dyson. Not very much at all apart from BA. Not much about Diageo. Didn't know a lot about them. And this is really good. Okay, and hopefully, Sanya, you should be in the meeting now. You knew what they were about, already knew about British Airways. Okay, and this is the point, because you will have ideas about where you want to go, but you say, okay, I want to get into engineering, but then who does it? What types of engineering do they do? Okay, and when you look at the types of companies that we're dealing with today as well, who would have known the different types of engineering they do unless you come to a session like this? So then when you go forward, you're then able to say, let's say you're in year 12 and next year you apply to an apprenticeship or you apply to an opportunity with all of these 3 brands, because if you are interested in engineering, they will all have opportunities next year. And I would suggest that you apply to all of them to get the experience, to get through the processes, and also because they're all very good. Okay. But then when you get to that interview on that application process, you reference back and go, well, in year 12, I did a taster day with the 3 brands or with your brand specifically, and I learned about this and that, and that's why I'm interested in joining. So that's why we exist. Now, when we get to the Q&A, we've brought apprentices in. They've been here for most of the day because they know what you are going through because they did it not so long ago. I did it many years ago and I went to university, so I'm irrelevant. That's why I host. The relevant people are the brands and the apprentices, and you get to ask them. So when you're sitting there and you're thinking, I don't know what decisions to make and I don't know what this means, ask, because you have the people who have been through it recently. Okay. And you have the HR people, excuse me, here who run the processes, who know everything about how the processes work and what they look for and how to get in and what will advantage you and disadvantage you. So do ask those questions. Okay. Lots of people know a lot about British Airways, not so much about Diageo, a little bit about Dyson and the Dyson Institute, okay, which is all really good. I'm hoping actually a lot of you know about Dyson because I'm hoping that you do the vacuuming at home and that you get to help out around the house and do a little bit of cleaning. Okay. So yes, so fantastic. Lots and lots of people. Okay. Question about the certificate, that comes at the end of the day. Once we finish the day, Aisha does all her bits and pieces, does all the admin work, does the cleanup, starts to edit the video, make sure it's all clean, goes on the website. Then you can tell your friends, hey, you should have been part of this amazing taste today. And here's my certificate that I now have and that I'm going to use when I start to apply. Okay, perfect. And then if any of you didn't get the link to set up your strengths profile, I'll put the link in the chat box now to everybody. And that means that you go to the Capfinity Strengths profile site, you create a login if you don't have one already, and then you redeem that profile and then we see it. So if you haven't had it, take it, and especially if you're logging in from a different device. Now, let's get into the engineering or the strengths session. This isn't just about strengths in engineering, it is strengths and then strengths in engineering. And this is outreach, which I do. And I remember what I said about my student support. I want to flow through this with interactions because that's what's going to make it better. And we've got videos as well. And for it to work, I do need you to give me information. Okay. So as we go through, the learning outcome is to understand strengths within the workplace and identify and access your own strengths. What does that actually mean? We sit here, I sit here as a person who's been through many different jobs, and I've been through different processes and companies where you're given a strengths profile and they ask you questions, and then it gives you a report at the end that these are your strengths, these are the areas where you could be a bit stronger, where you're not as strong as others, and it lends itself to this kind of career, this kind of job, these kind of activities, and you communicate well with these people, you work well with these types of people. Okay, but I'm 40. I've been through a lot. We know that you are early career stage. Early career just means that you're at the beginning of your career. You have so much potential. You have many strengths within you. Question is, have you been in a situation where you've had to use that strength or call upon it on a regular basis? Probably not. And there's going to be situations in life where you go further forward. I think some of you students are on here today, year 9, year 10. That's a really good stage to start learning about your strengths and to be on these sessions. Even the year 12s and year 13s, it's perfect timing. It's really, really good. Okay. And Ali, you've asked, if you ever want to ask a question, where do you ask me? Exactly where you just did just now. Or you can go and you can do it to me directly. You can choose where it says to everyone, you can choose, click on there and you can do directly to Max if you want from Pathway CTM. Okay. But so we're going to learn how to identify what our strengths are, understand strengths in engineering towards the end, and know the 3 elements of a strength as well. Okay. So if we look at the next video, the question is, what 3 elements are used to measure a strength? Okay, so when we watch the video, it's going to reveal itself within this video, and I want you to think about it and pay attention. So the options are, is it performance, energy, and use? Is it age, IQ, and EQ? Is it awareness, structure, creativity? So what 3 elements are used to measure a strength? Okay, is it performance, energy, use? Is it age, IQ, EQ, or is it awareness, structure, creativity? Let's watch the video, see what you say, and then put answers in the chat box for me as you find it out, and we'll reveal it after the video. Let's go.
With strengths profile, we look at strengths from 3 core elements. So it's performance, what you're good at, and that may be through achievements or grades that you've had currently or in the past. We also look at the element of energy, so how you feel. So not just, you know, getting a good grade, but did you really have to, was it a slog, or did you like feel super energized and zesty when doing that? And also use, so how often do you get to use that strength? Is it more of a hobby, or is it something you use every day? So through those three elements of performance, energy, and use, that's how we measure a strength. And it's important to measure strengths in that way, because it's not just what we're good at, but how we feel when we're doing it. How do we show up to the world, and how do they see that strength in us? So it's important to know not just what we're good at, but how we feel when we're doing it.
So say you've got a top strength of authenticity. What does that mean? How do I possibly think about a job or a role in that space, or creativity? And some are easier than others, Chris. Let's think creativity. I'm going to be a designer. You know, some make sense. Some of them are maybe more values led. These things are really important to you. So your strengths can change over time as well. So, but most of us know that, you know what, well, no matter what happens in life, these are going to stay with me. So, you know, I think when you connected with what your strength story is, you really know sort of what's, you know, how you can apply that going forward. So that was just a step of, I know what my strengths are, and then thinking about what's critical, what are my stories. So the self-awareness is really important, to dig a bit deeper around that. You know, why and how, and you know, really what you feel about it. And certainly young people, my experience, I have an 18-year-old myself, you know, they're told these things. So you guys have been told what your strengths are, but it's now time for you to say, you know, this is what I really think and feel around my assessment.
Yeah, it's something, we always call it a strengths journey. You know, at 16, it's brilliant if you're picking up your strengths, but, you know, keep going with it, keep revisiting it, and keep talking about it, keep sharing it, you know, parents, friends, future employers.
Okay, so let's have a look. What are the three elements that are used to measure a strength? What do we get in the chat box? Okay. Excuse me. Perfect. Good answer to what is EQ. So we got lots of people putting in performance, energy, and use. Absolutely. Okay. Performance, energy, and use. So if we start to break that down, what does that actually mean? Okay. So performance, energy, and use. I want you to think and tell me in the chat box, how do you feel when you have to do something that you're not very good at? How do you feel when you have to do something that you're not very good at? Okay, we've got some answers coming in: nervous, annoyed, drained and annoyed, worried, angry, don't really want to, frustrated, unsure, demotivated, insecure, anxious. Okay, lots of similar words. Okay, bored, not motivated, anxious. Okay. So when you start to look at the energy, then what energy would you say you have when you've got to do something that you're not very good at? And Victor, I love your answer. We'll get to that in a second. Low. Okay, none at all. So low energy. Okay, so think about that. Think about the energy. And then how do you tend to perform? I mean, if you're going to have low energy towards something and it irritates you and it bores you, what's your performance going to be like? Lots of bad, very poor performance, bad, terrible. Okay. And then you get to the use part, right? So think about how often do you want to be doing something like that? Victor put in there a really valid point, and I'm just going to scroll back to Victor's point, where it is. It can be quite irritating, but if it is essential, it has to be done. Yeah, because you're going to come across things that you need to do, which you're not very good at. Okay, and it is going to irritate you, and it is going to give you low energy, and maybe you're not going to be so good at it, but sometimes it's essential. So when you think about the use, it's probably things that you don't do very often, right? Okay, so think about that. In a work environment or in a study environment, there will be those things, like Victor said, that they're annoying, but they have to be done. Okay, but what you want to then be looking at is, let's try and avoid those ones that give me low energy, where I perform badly and I don't want to use them very often. And that kind of gives you an indicator now of the things that might not be your strengths. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be good at something, because when you start to learn something, you're not going to be good at it immediately, but think about the energy it gives you. And think about if you think, oh, I might want to try this a little bit more and see if I get better at it. Okay. Those are the things that you want to think about. So let's flip it then. Tell me what kind of energy you have when it's something that you're good at. What kind of energy have you got when it's something that you're good at? Okay. Give me some examples of those things that you're good at that give you high energy. You are all people, you are all individuals. Okay, well, somebody has put when you're bad at something, it can motivate you to become better. Absolutely, it can motivate you to work harder. Absolutely, it can. And that might mean that you enjoy it and you just want to get better at it, okay? So we've got lots of swimming, basketball, crochet and sewing, rugby, gym, drawing, okay? These are the things. Korfball, rugby, gym, helping others, drumming, hard math problems. Love it, Kennedy. And think about these things that you enjoy, yeah? Solving math problems correctly, cricket, sport, football, design, technology, math and makeup. So, oh, and here we are, a couple of gamings. That's really important as well. Think about the things that you enjoy and that make you have high energy and want to make you go and do it again. For example, somebody's put in their motorsports. When you start it, you might not be very good at it, but it motivates you to try harder because it's something that you're enjoying. Gives you high energy and you're starting to perform better and better as you go through it. But then think about the strengths around that activity, okay? Remember what we talked about earlier and those things that Tim spoke about in the morning, which I'm not going to reference because we're going to get them out in a little while. So things like being resourceful, doing wheelies, yeah? Getting a good result out of something I struggled with, okay? So now you get to see that those things that give you high energy and that you perform well at or that you want to use often, they can often be your strengths. It can be difficult at an early career stage to understand what are my strengths? What does that actually mean? And are they useful for anything, okay? But then we need to break down how do we display these strengths, because you are at early career stage. Let's say you do go on and apply to the Dyson Institute, Diageo, British Airways, okay? Oluwaseun, yes, you do get a certificate for being here. Absolutely, it comes at the end of the day. So when you think about applying to opportunities later on, well, you've got all these strengths and now you know about these strengths. Well, how do I display them? How am I going to sit in front of Tim, Gillian or Sam and say, these are my strengths? How do you get to display that? And what examples can you use? And we're going to unpackage that a little bit. The next video is going to show us, okay, some little things around interviews and assessment centers, potentially in strengths and how to display them, okay? Remember, this is all an introduction. And if you want more help with more of these, I do more sessions and I have my drop-in every Wednesday, 4:30 till 5:30 to help you further. So this is all light touch and we can go further into it. And you can use this to then go into your strengths profiles to look at it more. So what does Lucy recommend for a strengths-based interview? It's in the video. We're going to watch it next. Does she say, adapt your personality to what you think the company is looking for? Or should you be yourself? Or should you focus on your skills as a leader? Okay, so imagine you're in an interview at one of the three companies represented here today, and they're asking you questions about your strengths. And so, for example, it could be, give me a time of when you show great teamwork and ability to work under pressure. Okay, what does Lucy recommend? Does she say that you should adapt your personality to what you think the company is looking for? Should you be yourself, or should you focus on your skills as a leader? Again, put answers in the chat box for me as you see it, and let's watch the video.
You know, don't beat yourself up if you're struggling to work out what your strengths are, because it can actually be a really difficult thing to work out. And I'm still working out what my strengths are today. I think one of the ones that I picked out when I was in year 13 was that I'm a quick learner. And, you know, although that's not a tangible thing, I think being able to adapt to new situations, new people is really, really valuable. And I think especially when you're going into a professional environment, being able to kind of, you know, switch on and listen and be really quick to understand, you know, what's going on, what's the business context, can be really, really useful.
So what I think is quite a big strength of mine, and what I realised was that I'm quite a big talker and will be happy to talk to anyone and meet anyone. And in my position as audit trainee, day to day we're contacting and dealing with different clients, whether you get on with them or not, you have to be getting information and chasing information from them, or maybe even sitting at their desk going through a system that you're auditing. So even though my numerical skills might not be anywhere near as good as other accountants in our practice, there's still strength to build there, but as I can have interpersonal skills that are fairly high regarded, it balances out.
So we have a strengths application model, which means that we test candidates on their strengths. So we do lots of different online assessments. We have an assessment centre, and then finally a final interview. So what we do is we assess candidates on 9 core strengths. We kind of split into 3 categories. So it's kind of adaptability, learning agility, and then resilience as well. If you've kind of had a look on the website, I think it's definitely something that companies will say outright, whether they do kind of strengths-based or competency. Really kind of go over what your key strengths are, because that's what we're looking for. Perhaps it's, you know, you're really good with numbers, you're really good at kind of analysing things, or perhaps it's more the people side. Maybe you're really good at collaborating and kind of solving problems. So that would really work well with our kind of consulting program. So it's really identifying your key strengths and making them kind of shine through in the best way. Come kind of the best of yourself. We're not looking for you to kind of conform into what we think is a good kind of candidate. Be yourself, be authentic, really kind of shine through in terms of what brings you and what makes you kind of unique. What's your USP? Be yourself. And I think that's really what makes successful candidates, when they can see kind of uniqueness shining through.
Okay, so let's get some answers in the chat box. What does Lucy recommend for a strength-based interviews? Strength-based interview. Absolutely. Lots of you putting it in. Be yourself. Absolutely be yourself. Yeah. And that's really important, to be yourself. The other options were to adapt your personality to what you think the company's looking for. Don't do that, because you don't know what the company's looking for. You have an idea, but you don't know. And don't focus on your skills as a leader, because that's just one strength. Okay, and not everybody is a leader, especially not at an early career stage. We don't need leaders. We don't always need a leader in every specific role. Okay, there's different things that different companies need and will be looking for. Okay, absolutely. Don't be afraid to be yourself, because if we're all the same, we would get nowhere. Think about teams. A lot of you reference sports and stuff. Think about teams. Is every player the same? Does every player have the same strengths and every player have the same weaknesses? Think about that in teams, in companies as well, and even at university, even at school, even whilst on an apprenticeship. Think about all of these things when studying, when working, when learning. You all have different strengths, and you'll bring something different. And it's about that blend. And that's why you should never try to conform to what you think the company is looking for, because you don't know. Because they may be looking at their team and going, we've got these strengths in that team, and I need this specifically. And you might be trying to show them something that they've already got, but you actually have what they need, but you're not showing it. Okay, just be yourself. That's the most easy way to come across and to be natural. Okay, now I want to get information in the chat box. What strengths do you have? What strengths do you already know you have? Give me some ideas of things. What came out in your strengths profiles? Okay, is it going to be a lot of information come through here? So I'm going to try and keep on top of it, which is great. I'm going to shout some out as they're starting to come through. We've got interpersonal skills, brilliant. Drive, bounce back, humor, organizer. We've got work ethic, attention to detail, strategic awareness, determined, competitive, organization, again, attention to detail, wanting to improve, fast learner, narrator, positivity, competitive. Okay, good ethics, adherence, innovation, consideration, authenticity. Then you've got listener. Yeah, determined. This is lots of great stuff. Okay, personal responsibility, pride, empathetic, analytical skills. There's a few different bounce backs coming through as well, and leadership skills and empathetic. Good. So now you're starting to see the kind of strengths that you have. Okay, and you're starting to see the kind of things that you can call upon. You start to see the kind of things that will make you successful, that you can draw upon. Okay. So with those strengths profiles, you can look a little bit deeper into there, and it will give you information in terms of how you can adapt those strengths, or how you can make those strengths stronger. Now, tell me, before we move on to the next bit, the strengths that you've seen and that you've called out, did you know that you had these within you before you did the strengths profiles, or are some of these been a surprise? And be honest. I mean, when I look at my strengths now to what my strengths were when I was 16, 17 years old, they're similar but different, and I've developed some. Okay. And be honest. So when I was 16, 17, 18, public speaking was one of my big no-nos. I didn't know how to do it. I was not comfortable doing it. I would never do this job because I would have to speak to more than 2 people at once. My throat used to close up. I used to clam up. I couldn't actually say a word if I was in a group of more than 2 people I didn't know. Okay. So does that resonate with any of you? And you obviously you see the job that I do now. I mean, I do a lot of talking, I do a lot of presenting, and I have to speak in front of a lot of people, hundreds at times. Okay. So some of them were surprising. Which elements were, do you want to share which elements of them were surprising, and why were they surprising? Think about, tell me if it was something that you didn't know you had, but maybe because you've never been in a situation where you've had to use it before. And why were they a big surprise? And remember, when we talk about weaknesses, they can always be made stronger. So don't think the weaknesses are something that always get left behind. No, you can work on them to make them stronger. Maybe they'll never be as good as your strengths, but you can bring them along. Okay. Okay, surprise, you said you were good at connecting people. Okay. And sometimes it comes up with a strength like writer that you've never really concentrated on that skill. And maybe you've never really concentrated on it because it's something that you're naturally good at. So you've never had to think about how you do it. And that comes back to that performance and that energy and that use. Okay. And somebody has put that they're quite a head down driven worker. So to have humor and pride as your strengths was surprising. But maybe being a head down driven worker, you have pride in what you produce. And that drives you to get your head down and do the work to a high standard, or to get it done because that's part of your pride, you know. And humor, that's a good one. Humor is important. And here's an interesting one. You said you kind of disagreed that you had good judgment because you seem to be very impulsive and make decisions without really thinking about it. But just because you do that doesn't mean that your decisions are bad. Maybe you have that ability to make good decisions, but quickly and without really thinking about it. So that's maybe your strength, is to be able to make that decision quickly. Me, I take a long time to make a decision because I think it, I reanalyze it, I think about it again, I analyze it again, I weigh it up, and I'm indecisive. Okay. Some people saying they didn't think they were much of a connector, and that's coming out. And then you've got courage. Okay, you never thought of courage in a professional environment. All right. Well, let's move on to the next bit. And let's ask, what strengths do you think you need in engineering? Responsibility, problem solving, creativity, innovation, team working, communication, resolver, cooperation, communication, ethical skills, open-minded, attention to detail, collaboration, lots of innovation coming through, drive, working under pressure, lots of problem solving and resilience, responsibility, being open to suggestions, exploring, being adaptable, adaptable with personal responsibility and creativity, problem solving, team working, creativity, attention to detail, working under pressure, being authentic, being a good listener, being ready to take on a challenge. Fantastic. Loads of good things in there. Loads of great things in there. So let me move this on a little bit. Good things to have, good strengths to have in engineering: a passion for engineering and technology, curiosity, work readiness, okay, learning agility, we've got that in there. Technical ability, got that in there. Communication, It's in there. You guys have been saying it. Collaboration. I want to talk about communication. If you say I'm a good communicator, what does that mean? Somebody's a good communicator. What does that mean? They're good at getting messages across. They're being able to convey their ideas successfully. They can get their ideas across clearly. They have a competitive mindset. Oh, that was in relation to another question. It's about saying out your ideas. Somebody here's been a good speaker and good listener, able to convey ideas effectively. Okay. Able to explain complex stuff simply, good at working with other people, getting ideas across, making your ideas understood easily. Okay. Oh, and somebody has put Oluwaseun has put you listen. Okay. You've got good body language, confidence, humor, you delegate. Okay, so when we think about communication, because a lot of people say, oh, I'm a great communicator. I have good communication skills. I have really good communication skills. But communication is two ways. Like we've seen there's a lot of getting my message across, saying, speaking clearly, interpreting, but then there's the listening side. Communication goes both ways. You speak, the other person listens. They speak, you listen. Okay, communication is both. But then you need to work out, am I a good listener? Or am I a good speaker and explainer? You saw in that video, the young guy who works at BDO talking about the fact that he's an auditor, but his mathematical skills are not as good as anybody else's in the team, but his communication skills are, because he connects with people, he has those interpersonal skills, and he's good at getting information out of them because he listens well. So think about that when we talk about communication. Don't ever get caught in the trap of, I'm great at communicating because I speak well and everybody understands me. But do you understand people? Because there are people that listen well, and there are people that speak well, and then there are those that do both well, and they're like gold dust, okay? And these are the things that you will delve into and have a look at, okay? There was a question that came in through here that I want you to bring through later on, potentially. Having a competitive mindset, is that how you become the best? Let's delve into that a little bit later. Remember, you're going to have different apprentices to speak to too. What I want to do now is from the engineers that we have on the call. So I know that Fizz is on. And Fizz, if you are available, let's have a look. You are definitely on. Do you want to give us an idea about the strengths that you have? And what I want to know from you is, tell me what kind of strengths you have. And did you know you had those strengths before you started your engineering apprenticeship? And have you found out about more since you've been going?
So yeah, in terms of the strengths that I sort of found out I had before, I'd say I remember seeing it in the chat a few times. I'd say quite resilient. So if things aren't going right, I'll keep driving, I'll keep going till I do end up getting it right. I try not to give up as well. So that's one of the strengths. I sort of knew I had it before, but it's definitely developed since coming into engineering and working. And another strength, which I sort of knew I had before, was team working, just from many things, doing projects at school, bits outside of school, like sports and stuff. I knew I enjoy working in a team. I work well within a team as well. So, and that's obviously definitely developed since coming into engineering as well. So yeah, those are two main strengths, which I'd say I hold. Brilliant.
Thank you for that. And then Cameron, I can see you're still in the room. And do you want to tell us about the strengths that you have? And again, also, did you know that you had these strengths before you started working in engineering? And have any of them become a surprise? And also just think about it when you were there 15, 16 years old, thinking about getting into engineering, and did you fully understand all the strengths that you had at the time?
I think the strength that probably got me into the role was my ability to work with my hands, and that's how I sort of that's my best way of learning, was actually to be able to do things rather than just to see things on a whiteboard or a smart board. I like to be able to get involved. But throughout your apprenticeship, you'll develop skills, and if you're with a decent company, they'll help you to identify where you've got gaps. I think probably when I joined Diageo, maybe I wasn't the best at communicating, but that's vital for engineers. You need to be able to take people on a journey. You need to make sure you involve all your parties when you're doing a project. So really worked on that in the last few years. Presentation skills as well. Something like this, when I was 16, 17, I'd have found very daunting, but I've done a million of these things now, so it doesn't faze me. You can actually see when you look back, and it's a massive thing I think you should all do, is to try and reflect when possible on where you were and where you are now, and that's where you'll probably be able to identify what strengths you've now got.
Brilliant. So again, you're hearing there again about those strengths that they develop, and you find out more about them. And then what we don't want to have happen is that it's a surprise to you that those things that you were good at are going to help you in the future, or that you find out a little bit later down the line. We want you to find these things out before you decide to apply, or before you apply, so that we can then get you talking about them in those application processes. Now, we do have, I believe Tabitha is on the call as well. So Tabitha is at the Dyson Institute too. Hopefully you are here. And Tabitha, I'm going to ask you same question basically, but also can you just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do at the Dyson Institute, please?
Hello, my name is Tabitha Reed, and I am from the Dyson Institute. I'm a third year, and I currently work with the NPI, New Products Innovation sector in our engineering. On my camera, I would say my strengths before I came that I thought I had was that I can be very independent. I thought I was really good at communications, but once I was very good at adapting because I moved around schools a lot. When I first came to Dyson, we tend to change teams every 3 to 4 months, so you get a wide range of experiences. Communicating with professionals who have been working for years and years and years, have PhDs, are specialized professionals in their fields. It was very scary, like daunting at first, talking to all these new people, learning new connections, and basically starting networking and being able to communicate across the entire business. I felt like that was my main, like communication is vital as an engineer. And as well as you progress through, you will gain new connections and people you can talk to as you do different various projects for help. Yeah.
That's good. So that, again, hopefully that's going to get more students thinking about those situations that you've been in and those strengths that you've had to use. And then you're starting to see that you just open it out more. It's not just about what you do at school or what you do at college. Think about your wider life and think about other things around. Oluwaseun did ask the question, do your strengths have to be things you're already good at, or can you learn new strengths? You can absolutely learn new strengths. You know, I had to learn, this may sound silly, but I had to learn how to write emails and how to use things like Excel, because when I was at school, we didn't have that. So I never got trained on it. And then when I went into the world of work, I did jobs that never used computers, because I managed coffee shops and restaurants, because I love food and I love people and I love training. And so I used to be a manager of coffee shops and restaurants and work with food and coffee. That's what I loved. And I developed people to make them managers. Never had to use a computer, never had to use an email system. Later on in life, I had to learn how to use it. And I'm still not very good at it, but I'm getting better. So your strengths change. And then speaking in public, that's something that's changed for me too. So think about those things. But remember what I said, performance, energy, use. When you start to do things and you try something new, you might be really bad at it, but did it excite you? Did it give you a buzz? Did you think, yeah, I want to try that again? Or did it just shut you down completely and go, I didn't enjoy that at all? Dancing is my one. I do not enjoy it at all. I steer clear of it. It's the only thing in life I don't like. Okay. So think of things like that. Now, I want to get some examples, because we've heard from engineers, and in the Q&A, we would hear from the people in HR. We'll hear from Tim, from Gillian, from Sam about what they consider that you need in the application processes. But I want you to tell me now in the chat box, how do you think you can display your strengths during the application process? Give me some examples of what you would use. You've said to me already some of the strengths that you have. So how would you display those strengths? What examples would you use? And I want you to think outside of the box. Don't just use the school or college example, because everything that you do in life is valid. And I will give you this one for free. When you apply, it's not something that you have to currently be doing right now. It could be something that you used to do and have had to stop because of revision for exams and time limitations, but something that you did in the past, because you're young, you're at an early career stage, so that does still apply. But give me some examples of how you would display your strengths during the application process. So you talk about it, but what experiences would you use? What extracurricular activities would you tell me about? What extracurricular activities and life experiences would you tell Tim about? Would you tell Sam about? Would you tell Gillian about when you're applying? Because if they were to say to you, okay, give me an example of a time when you've worked in a team, had to make decisions under pressure, and then you turn around and went, well, I do extracurricular activities. Okay, great. Well, what does that mean? Okay. So let's have a look at some of the examples we've got. Explain past experiences and tell what impact and consequence they had on your life. Exactly. Potentially like Tabitha. Teamwork and communication in a part-time job. Brilliant. Organising a fundraising event, doing Duke of Edinburgh, previous projects, participation in competitions. Remember to dig further into that. Work experiences and what you learned from it. Days like today. Hobbies which you've been doing and say how it links with strengths. Give me an idea of the hobbies. Football for communication. Implementing new measures in the Sixth Form Senate. Brilliant. That's a great example. Saturday jobs. Okay. What strengths are you going to give me in that Saturday job? Hobbies. Give me some examples of those hobbies. So we've got extracurriculars like karate and running, Lego, robotics club. Brilliant. Experience as a captain in a range of sports which implement teamwork and communication and the ability to lead. Brilliant. Scouting, and again, more DAV. Because remember that all of these things that you do, tennis, volunteering, football, part-time jobs, ballet, working on the Sixth Form Senate, doing scouts, all of these things help build your strengths. And these are the things that we want to reference. Okay, we want you to reference them during those application processes, because that's how we as recruiters will find out about these things. Think about that. Okay. And also I will throw in a couple more in there. If you ever learn a musical instrument, whether you're still learning it or you learned it in the past, it's still valid because you went through a process. Okay. And think about the things that they show you. Think about the things that they show about you. Okay. So we've gone through that already. What activities would you reference, and what do you do outside of school time that uses your strengths? Think about these things. What strengths would your friends say you have? And think about your circle of friends and the different strengths that you all have. And I'll give you an example. So when I look at my group of friends, we talked about communicating and listening, talking and listening. My friend Kevin is horrendous at listening. You could be talking to Kevin and you say, oh, did you hear that such and this thing happened to Edward? And he'll be like, no, I didn't know about it. It's like we literally had a conversation 5 minutes ago about it and you were in that conversation, but he doesn't listen. But when it comes to organizing an event, making sure we're all there on time and organizing the tickets, Kevin's on top of it. He's amazing at all of that. Okay, his time management, his organization skills are brilliant, but listening, useless. Those are his strengths, and that's where the differences are. So think about your friends and start to identify who's always late, who knows what's going on with everything in your group of friends, who's the one that's great on organizing. If you've got a party to organize or somewhere to go or a holiday to go on as a group, who are you asking to do the research because you know that they're going to get it done, and who are you saying to stay away because you're never going to produce anything on time? Think about these things. So what are their strengths? Okay, and that's how you have a look around and start to unpick your friends and yourselves and your strengths and work on each other. Okay. Last slide, because then we're going to hit the Q&A. What strengths do you think employers look for? We've talked about engineering. We've talked about yourselves. We had some examples about strengths that employers look for. And they are going to be similar to those ones that we look for in engineering. So in the chat box, give me some examples of strengths that you think employers look for. And we've mentioned some of them already that were a bit surprising to some of you. Dedication to work. What else? Collaboration, punctuality, standing out. All the strengths that can help build a company. Yeah, but let's narrow it down. We've got positivity, passion, communication, teamwork, reliability, commitment, attitude. Yeah, absolutely, attitude. Okay. Reliability, determination, time management, expressiveness, cooperation. Great. The ability to apply energy to situations. Good. Okay. So yeah, we've got reliability, courage, positivity, and humor. Somebody mentioned that before, that they had humor in their profile and they were a bit surprised. Okay. We've got willingness to learn, pride, speaking up, initiative. You mentioned all of these earlier. Okay. A desire for what you do is coming through in the chat box. Being trustworthy. Great. And you've got curiosity, responsibility, care, and time management. Think about those things. You will not have all of them, you will have some of them. And this is not all of the strengths that employers look for, there's more. But what do you have that you bring to the table? Remember what we've gone through. This is me, this is how I am, this is what I bring to the table, and this is why I'm great. We are all individuals and different. You represent yourself well in that application process and the interview process, and then you leave Sam, Julian, and Tim with a difficult decision to make, okay? As to whether to give you the job and make it easy for them to give you the position, okay? We're all individuals. Be yourself and concentrate on you. Don't worry about the competition. Don't worry about how many other people apply. Forget that, because there's always going to be competition. Focus on yourself. Understand your strengths and your weaknesses and be able to speak about them. Understand what your strengths are and how you can put this into context. I know I have a strength of speaking up because I'm on the sixth form Senate, and when we see that there is something wrong and students are being treated unfairly, we speak up to fix the situation. My reliability is shown through these examples. My imagination is shown through this because I game or I do design technology, and these are the things that I create. Okay, you can reference all the different things that you do in life. Don't ever think when you go into an interview or an application process, oh, I won't talk about that because that's not relevant. No, because it probably is. Let the recruiter decide whether it's relevant or not. If it shows the strength, the skill that you have, or what kind of person you are, use it. Okay. So that's the strength session. How are we going to use these strengths going forward and use those profiles? But now we're going to hit the Q&A. Okay. I mean, my slide says thank you for joining, but we're not going anywhere yet. We're going to do the Q&A now. Okay. So I want you to start putting questions in the chat box because we've got Fizz, we've got Tabitha, we've got Cameron, but we also have Sam, Gillian, Tim. Remember, they're the HR people. They will make decisions about processes. They will make decisions about who comes in, who doesn't. Okay, so let's think about these things. What questions have we got for them? Right, I can see a few questions coming in, which is good. Let's have a look. Okay, so a really good question to begin with already. And I think we're going to ask the three apprentices, how did you decide which type of engineering to go into? Fizz, let's start with you. How did you decide that this was the type of engineering for you? And I think Fizz may have just disappeared briefly. Tabitha, you want to give it a go? How did you decide what type of engineering you wanted to get into?
So one of the main reasons why I applied for the Dyson apprenticeship degree was to delay that choice. So for the first 2 years, you get to do general engineering, and then the last 2 years, you get to specialize in 4 different streams: electromechanical, mechanical, electronics and hardware, and software. And when I applied for university, for like a traditional university for Bristol and Loughborough, I applied for electromechanical and robotics, but I didn't really know what I wanted to do. That's why I decided to join Dyson instead. And it just gave me 2 more years and two years of work experience to figure out what I really enjoyed, because there's a difference between studying a subject you enjoy and actually working for that subject. And I felt like I joined Dyson and I took 2 more extra years to experience and decide what I wanted to do. In the end, I felt like I made the good choice because I had first-hand experience at work, what I enjoyed the most.
Brilliant, good question, fantastic. Fizz, I know you cut out slightly in your back. Do you want to let us know, how did you decide what type of engineering to go into?
So for me, in terms of aeronautical engineering, so I don't live too far from Heathrow. So because I live quite close to Heathrow, I always knew like aviation was a good industry to get into. Like I could always see planes flying past my house. So it always inspired me to sort of get into aviation, and I always enjoyed engineering at school as well. So yeah, I'd say in terms of an into aeronautical engineering, it's definitely as I quite enjoy aviation as a whole.
Brilliant, fantastic. And then Cameron, you know, the same question is coming your way.
Yeah, I think it's important when you're trying to pick your type of engineering that you're picking something that you're passionate about. So for me, it was I was massively into electronics when I was growing up, and a lot of my hobbies were based around that. If it was Scalextric tracks or rail sets, and I actually used to buy broken Scalextric cars and fix them up and get them working again, change the motors and things. And I thought, well, if I'm going to go into a role, then I'd like to base it around that. So that was my entry point into engineering. Brilliant, fantastic. Okay, and then Sam, I'm going to bring you in and ask you a couple of questions about British Airways. So let's have a look. Do you have traditionally apprenticeship roles in British Airways that involve the application of computing science?
We do. We have data science apprenticeships. So not under our operations stream, however, not linked to the aeronautical engineering that we're talking about today, but we do have data science apprenticeships, which you can find out more about, obviously, on our careers website and online. Is that the kind of thing that you're interested in?
I think so. We'll find out. You can put it in the chat box for us. And then a follow-on question. Do the roles and the jobs just involve mainly maintaining aircraft, or can you actually design planes?
So our planes are actually manufactured by Airbus and Boeing. So they are aircraft manufacturers, and we buy our aircraft from them. However, there are parts within our engineering function where you I might not explain this very well, it doesn't have to help me, but you can design components on like 3D printers, or you might be designing components or repairs, etc., that are in line with British Airways engineering specifications. So there is a creative element within the engineering function. You can design and develop some parts that have strict criteria for British Airways, but also in compliance with Airbus and Boeing. Does that sound about right, Fizz?
Yeah, so yeah, that's true. So yeah, there is some sort of design aspect in it. I wouldn't say it's a lot, but so sometimes aircraft, they need modifications as well. So BA sometimes come in and work with the manufacturer to help design these modifications. So yeah, you can help out in designing the different modifications. These modifications can be done to help make the aircraft more efficient, or so yeah, that's pretty much it.
It would be quite cool to design a whole new plane. Maybe you could put that to Boeing and Airbus.
Put that request in. Let's see how that goes, and then you can come back and tell us about designing planes.
Yeah.
Okay. We've got a lot of questions coming through, so I'm going to do my best to manage all of these. Gillian, I'm actually going to ask you, somebody has asked about engineering in general. Let's have a look. And basically about the future of engineering in the country, because they have heard that there's a lot more engineering opportunities in countries like Germany or the United States. Is the engineering industry in the UK growing? And when you think of it from a point of view from a company like Diageo, how important are engineers to your company?
Yeah, definitely. So somebody's done the research. They've been looking at Germany and the United States, so that's amazing. That shows a genuine interest. I can only speak from kind of, I'm not an engineer, right? So from a recruitment perspective, I'm looking at the future skills that we need. And when I see we've got a programme called Factory of the Future, which is basically a project team set up to look at what are the gaps and what are we going to be, what will we need now and in the future. So I would say robotics and automation, as I've mentioned before in the breakout rooms, is going to be really, really important. Data analytics is another element of engineering that's going to be really, really important, because Cameron and I were talking about this earlier, that we need the data to help us inform us of how we can improve efficiencies and things like that on our production lines. So it's all about kind of coding and programming, as well as being a technical engineer. So you're going to have that capability as well. So I would say that maths is still going to be really, really important and an essential skill that we'll be looking for a basic skill for an engineer. But that genuine interest, I think, in just how things work, that constant kind of continuous improvement piece as well. Because definitely we're moving away, we're moving from we would always recruit a mechanical or electrical engineer or a chemical engineer. We will always need that kind of science element because of the nature of our business, but actually going forward, we're probably going to look at multi-skilled engineers. So not just one discipline, but that ability to kind of move between the two, and then obviously take on that sort of, development of robotics and automation.
A lot of good information in there. It was said you've done your research, and you have done your research. And I know that a lot of the students will have done their research in this field because you have interest in getting into it. But then asking those questions shows what is going to be important for the future as well. When we look at it as well, I'm going to ask Sam and Tim and Gillian their opinion on this. When you look at what would you consider would be the 3 most important skills or strengths that somebody would need to have to get into engineering? Is there just 3 that you would concentrate on, or would you agree that it is more about having different strengths? Because as we just mentioned in the previous session, different people are different. Tim, I'm going to come to you first.
Yeah, great question, Max. Hard to pull down to 3, I think, but ones that come to mind, I think for me, and especially from our perspective here at Dyson Institute, I think kind of that creative thinking, problem-solving mindset is a huge one. I think that kind of encompasses a lot of the other core skills that we'd be looking for as kind of up-and-coming engineers, because that is kind of your way of approaching something, your way of thinking essentially kind of defines how you go about doing it. And that is such a huge part. So if you're kind of naturally inclined to, wanting to fix things well and go about doing that in a really creative way that is going to do it in a completely different way to normal, that will be better, then that is a massive part. But then from that, it's being able to have the team working skills and communication skills, I think would be the 2 that go with that, in the sense of being able to make that happen and actually bring that to life in the teams and kind of different areas of engineering that you'll be working within.
Brilliant. Sam, what about from your perspective?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, the big things that we would look for and are really interested in from students is that resilience and that adaptability. I've said it a few times today, but no one day is the same at British Airways. It's constantly changing. And if you have that ability to be able to go with the flow, adapt with the changes. That's something that we're really looking for in the future to future-proof our workforce, if you have that ability. And no doubt you all have over the past couple of years, all the curveballs that, life has thrown at us with the pandemic. That is a skill that you might not have realised. Someone mentioned courage earlier on, which I actually thought was a really interesting strength that you might not have thought about in a professional environment. But again, thinking about our engineers, safety and compliance is the number one thing, right? It's the biggest factor for us. And potentially, if you ever see somebody in your work environment that may be cutting corners or may not be doing things 100%, you need to have that courage as an engineer to stop and challenge them on that. And that can be so daunting and quite scary to think about, but it's an incredible strength to have. So I would definitely say that. And then finally, I think curiosity, we've talked a lot about as well. I know our engineers say all the time, I will never declare that I know everything about engineering, because the day that I do is the day that I'm not a very good engineer. Like, you constantly have to keep learning, keep discovering new things. You're just constantly learning. So if you have that mindset, those are the strengths and skills that we would look for, certainly.
Fantastic. Gillian, I'm coming your way, right?
I know you're coming my way, and I absolutely agree with everything Tim and Sam just said. As part of the presentation, I'd called out curiosity willingness to continue to learn, problem solve, and interested in how things move and work. And I think the reason I'm saying that is because that curiosity and kind of appetite to learn shows us as an employer that you are really genuinely interested in the subject, and I think that will motivate a young person if they genuinely care about or are passionate about what they're doing. And I think engineering is evolving, so actually that ability to keep learning and be adaptable and move, I think means that we'll always be learning from you as well, because I think this is one thing that's really, really important, is that young people joining our business, we are relying on them bringing us new ideas and things like that. So I really do think that we can learn from you as well, because you're closer to studying, you're closer to learning, and things are changing all the time. So yeah, definitely. And the final thing I would say is at Diageo we have this belief that character is everything, right? So in an assessment centre, while you could be really, really good and perform really well at an interview or a presentation, it's actually about who you are as well. And I think we've touched on it earlier in this session, but talking about authenticity, being genuine, you know, everybody has something unique to bring, and actually it's not all about qualifications or you know, being the best when you first start out as an apprentice, right? Because there's so much potential. So that ability and willingness to learn is really, really important there, and just being yourself as well.
Lots of good information there again. Now, I'm going to ask some questions again to Gillian, Sam and Tim, because there's one thing that we really want to clarify, and I want to make sure everybody understands this before we finish today. And then I want to switch back to getting the apprentices to answer questions, because we've got lots of great questions for you. But the questions that are coming through is around, again, about apprenticeships, degrees. Now, there's questions around what age does apprenticeship start, and I know that each one of you maybe start at different ages, because generally I would say that apprenticeships can start at 16, so they can be post GCSE, but it depends on the level as well, of course. If you're looking at a degree apprenticeship, that will normally start at 18, so after A levels or BTEC, so A level equivalent. And then there's questions about, does a level or 6 or 7 apprenticeship put you on the same level as a university degree? And we need to understand about this bit about a level 6 apprenticeship. Is it similar? Is it equivalent to, or is it exactly the same as a university degree? And then there's the bits about that we've got to have in terms of the work experience that you get through doing the apprenticeship. Does it put you at an advantage compared to somebody coming out of university with the same degree as you? And I want each one of you to answer that separately. But Gillian, we're going to start with you. Can we clarify a little bit about what age you can start an apprenticeship with Diageo, and then the other bits about the levels?
Yeah, so absolutely right. 16, kind of target audience is 16 to 24, but for obvious reasons, we might not take you in unless you're 18 if you're going to be working directly with the product. So if it's an office-based apprenticeship, for example, you could be 16, 17, but if you're going to work in a distillery, we would probably say 18, just because of the drink legal age, okay? The different levels, so I know these are very different between Scotland and England, Ireland, Wales and all of that, and I still struggle to get my head around them all, but essentially my understanding is when you're working towards a degree, it is exactly the same degree you get as a graduate apprentice as you do as a graduate going to university for 4 years, okay? So I work really, really closely with loads of universities, and it is the exact same course that our graduate apprentices go through as somebody leaving school and going to uni would go through. For our modern apprenticeships coming in, they are normally to HNC level minimum. So I don't know how that differs maybe in England, but higher national certificate and higher national diploma, we would go into an HND as well as a modern apprentice. So that's the kind of difference. And to your last point about the work experience and would you hire some, you know, an apprentice, was it an apprentice with with that work experience match, especially the graduate? I think it's really important to say in the early career space there is a place for everyone. So regardless of the route you choose or the pathway you choose, you know, it is really important, you know, that we do have a mix of people, because that's what diversity is all about, right? But I'm super passionate about an apprenticeship programme because I believe you're gaining the experience, you're working from the bottom up, you're gaining that work experience as well as getting a qualification. So actually when you come out the other end of your apprenticeship, you know, apart from not having student debt, you've got the same qualification or a qualification, and you've got that work experience. And some graduates joining our business actually struggle with that. They struggle with, they've got the qualification, but they've not actually got the social skills or the interpersonal skills to actually be part, you know, to be part of the business. And that can be really difficult to build those relationships, right? So I think as an apprentice, you're getting those two opportunities to do that at the same time and develop at the same time.
Brilliant. And then I'm actually just going to throw an extra last question in there to clarify. Apprentices that come through Diageo, once they finish their apprenticeship, do they stay in that job or do you let them go? Honest answer. So
we've got 98% retention rate. So we hire apprentices with the intention that we give them full-time jobs at the end of it if they perform really well and if they get their qualification.
Okay, there you go, 98% retention rate there. Okay, Sam, what about you? Same questions. Give us the British Airways opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. So for ages, for our engineering operation program specifically, you can be 16, no upper age limit. For some of our other apprenticeship schemes, if you're generally interested in apprenticeships, wider wise, some of our programs at BA are 18. They are typically if you are doing night shifts or may need higher qualifications to apply, but specifically today for engineering, it's 16. In terms of degree apprenticeships being the same level, so we do not do degree apprenticeships at British Airways. Our apprenticeship schemes are level 3, but in terms of degree apprenticeships, we do offer them in other programs, and yes, they are equivalent to a university degree. So that level 6 is equivalent to like your bachelor's, level 7 is a master's, I believe. So we do offer that in some other roles, but not in engineering. And last questions around, would you choose an apprentice over someone with direct entry experience? Was that the kind of gist of it? Yeah. So it just wouldn't work out like that at BA. So you would start on your apprenticeship scheme, and then once you finished it, you're absorbed into your business area. For people who want to apply directly, there is a separate campaign or vacancy. So if you've got experience from another airline or another institute, etc., you would apply via that way. So it would never be a case of we would choose one person over another. There's just those different routes in, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And that's a really valid point to make. And the reason why those different opportunities exist is because everybody is different, and some people learn better one way, some people learn better the other way. And it's we cater for all of those different abilities now and ways of learning. Okay, so you can get that degree in various different ways. When I was at school and choosing to get a degree, there was only one way, and that was to go to university, and that was the only way you could get a degree via university. Now it's different. Okay, and then Tim, to you, same questions.
Yeah, so just to kind of recap, I guess, on what everyone said. So apprenticeships start at level 2. So that's kind of the very entry level. There's generally no entry requirements to that. And then obviously the levels keep progressing up. So level 3 is basically the equivalent as kind of to A-level passes, and would require kind of 5 GCSEs to get onto that. It keeps going at level 4 and 5, and then that takes us to level 6, and that's where we come in at the Dyson Institute. So a level 6 basically just means it's a degree level qualification. So a university degree is a level 6 qualification, and a degree apprenticeship is a level 6 qualification. It's basically the same thing. It just means that it's got a degree qualification as part of it. So that means it's a post-18 qualification because you need to have A levels or equivalent in order to apply, just like at university. And then basically level 7 is the difference between level 6 and level 7. I think Sam mentioned it, is that, yeah, level 6 is a bachelor's degree and level 7 is a master's degree. So that's just that extra year of learning, if that makes sense. And then I guess in terms of kind of employability and progression, so just to reiterate, at the Dyson Institute, if our undergraduates receive a 2-1 or better in their degree, they are offered a full-time job at Dyson, but they don't have to take it. It's completely up to them. And then I guess in terms of what that looks like, whether looking at, I guess if you compare a university graduate to a degree apprenticeship graduate, it's exactly the same degree qualification. Hope that's coming through loud and clear today. So there's no differences there, but the degree apprenticeship graduate is going to have 3 or 4 years of work experience, and that is something that they can use to distinguish themselves from the candidate pool, to make themselves stand out to any employers. So, for example, if one of our graduates did choose to go and work somewhere else, and they were kind of applying for positions, they probably would be able to kind of fast track that graduate role and just go straight in at that higher level, because they've already proven themselves for 4 years at a company like Dyson, which has that reputation, and they've proven themselves through their work experience here. So typically our graduates would be a lot further on than a graduate coming out of university. But as I said, we've only kind of had 1 year of graduates, so it'll be really kind of fascinating to see that kind of story progress and develop as the years goes on.
Brilliant. Again, you're hearing lots of information from the people who make the decisions of how these programs are formed and how the recruitment works. So you're hearing it from a reliable source. Listen to what is being said about the degrees that you will be achieving and the things that you will be learning and the things that you can go on and do, and about that job retention rate, because I know that there's a lot of myths that exist out there, and I don't want to talk about them because they are myths, but listen to the facts that are being spoken today. Now let's get back to the apprentices. So I'm gonna start with Tabitha. Tabitha, what is the one thing that you wish you did in preparation for your career in sixth form, or something that you found particularly helpful when you went into your career?
I think time management skills, super important, because when you get given a project, you, with help with your line manager and your mentors, you are supposed to track how your project goes. You have a limited amount of time to do your project with your work team. So I wish I was, when I first started, I was a type of person who would just do stuff on the spot, make a plan in my head at the beginning of the day or beginning of the week, and that would be my plan. I've learned through through the past 3 years, I've learned that that is not a good way for time management. The best way is to actually plan long term how you're going to carry out your project, what are your goals, and what checkpoints you're going to have. I wish that I did prepare for better time management skills. I think another skill was probably coding. It's all different for different apprentice different courses, but when I first started, I wish I learned some basic form of coding, just the basic language of anything, just to understand the concept before I started the university aspect side of the course, because you will do a programming course at some point, and that was the main module I struggled in at the very beginning. I think another thing I wished I knew was different better communication skills, especially with more communication skills. It's better courage to come up to people you don't know and just reaching out and asking for help. Everyone's super friendly and everyone wants to help you, but you have to make that first step in reaching out.
Hey, lots of good advice there. Cameron, what about yourself?
I think I'd wished beforehand that I'd known that the sort of, you need to have something that sets you out from the rest. There's 113 people on this call just now, so what makes you stand out from everybody else that's there today? Because that's what's going to happen when you go in for these apprenticeships. Speaking of Diageo's, the one I went for, there was 2 jobs and there was 200 applicants, Gillian, I think. So why will your CV shine through? So there's things that you can do in your own time to help boost your CV. Going to things like this is brilliant, and I didn't do any of this stuff, and I wish it was kind of available when I was looking for apprenticeships, because I didn't know too much about it. But that is the whole point of an apprenticeship, and Tim talked about it already. If a company gets 100 CVs and it's 100 people that have been at the same university and got the same degree, how do they tell them apart? If you've got that 4 years of experience that you've done your apprenticeship, you've had hands-on experience, you've had learning, then that applies. But it's the same thing for when you're applying for your apprenticeship. Are you doing a part-time job just now? Are you working in Halfords or something? Somewhere that's, you might not think you're applying engineering knowledge, but you absolutely are, and just get it in there, because when an employer's looking at an employee and they're trying to understand if they're competent, are they intelligent, all these things, and you might think, well, I'm not as intelligent as that person because I'm not very good at maths, but that's just a lack of understanding of what intelligence actually is. It's about the ability to apply knowledge, and you can show that in so many different ways. So you need to think about what your hobbies are and how that betters you as a person and an employee, or can see that for an employee.
Brilliant. Piers, what about you?
So in terms of what I wish I kind of got more involved in prior to starting the apprenticeship is trying to, obviously I've done a level 2 in engineering at school, so that consisted a bit of hand skills, but trying to, you know, gain more experience with my hand skills prior elsewhere. So such as if my friends or family needed help with repairing stuff, getting more involved in that to try and develop the hand skills more, get more involved in tools. Obviously in the apprenticeship you learn all of that, it develops quicker during the apprenticeship. However, having a bit more of a foundation to build on prior to starting the apprenticeship in terms of hand skills, probably that's.
He'll be back in a second, I'm sure he will. Tabitha, question for you about the programming languages. What programming languages did you study and use in the programming module?
So for the first programming module that we did for 2 years, it's called MATLAB. It's not really a proper coding language, but that's how you first start, and you learn the concepts of what coding is and how you would apply it. Like how do you need to think in order to code well? And then afterwards we started using like C++ and C. And I really wish that I learned, like, and at work I use Python and sometimes JavaScript. I really wish I learned any programming language to understand like how you need to think. So as long as you know how to think like a programmer, you would do really well in all of the software, anything to do with software. It's just understanding how to think in the way they want you to, the way that you're supposed to think, essentially. But any programming language would be good.
Brilliant. That's good to hear. And students, what we want you to start to break down and realize, as the answers come through, whether it be from the current apprentices or whether it be from HR people, what you're hearing is it's about having something. Okay, we do not expect you to turn up on your first day with all of the skills already and know everything. Otherwise, you're joining at the wrong level. They're going to take you on a journey, and you're going to learn, and you're going to be taught and supported, and you will grow and develop, and you will learn these skills. But what shows that you have an interest in, it doesn't matter, as Tabitha just said, what language it is, it's about being able to say that you've tried it and you've used it and you have an interest in it. So you know, you've been to taster days. Like, okay, why are you interested in our company? Well, because I went to a taster day where you guys presented and I met your apprentices and it sounded really great. And I was excited to follow that up by joining. This is a good thing because then it shows you've done your research, you've considered it, and you've weighed up whether it's one to apply for or not. So you're already ahead rather than just turn up and go, oh, I don't know, it was just an application I saw and I thought I'd do it. Okay, so you're putting yourself ahead. Now then, Cameron, somebody's put here, Tim, not Tim from the Dyson Institute, different Tim. He's asking, he's heard that degree apprenticeships are a lot of work and they take away a lot of free time. Is that true? Is it true that you wouldn't have much free time doing a degree apprenticeship or an apprenticeship? Let's break some myths here. What would you say?
I would say they don't give them away for free. And so that means that you will sacrifice a lot of your free time. I'm not going to sit and tell you that it's a breeze because it's not, but the reward of doing it should be on par with the difficulty. So you need to weigh things up. If you are somebody that's not got a lot of free time, you might struggle, but I'm doing it just now and I manage to juggle things well, so I'd say go for it.
Brilliant. And let me ask you a question. Before you applied for your apprenticeship, were you set on going to university, or were you not set on going to university? What was your thought process? What was it like when you were 16, 17?
I think at that age, it's like here and now. It's where you are. So at that time in my life, my way of understanding and developing myself was from hands-on learning. I was doing well in design and technology classes, and so decided that would be my future. But then, as I went through my apprenticeship and working with Diageo, I gained better skills and knowledge to be able to progress myself in other means. So I was better at writing reports, I was better with communication skills, I was better at presenting, and I thought, well, what's next? And naturally that was the uni path. But you've probably heard the line before, different paths for different people. And at that time, that was the path I took, but it didn't mean it was the wrong path. And so when I got to the end of that road, it was on to another one, and that was uni.
I think it's you had the capability to go to uni. So when Cammy left, he won't say this, but when Cammy left school, he had his hires to go to uni, but decided to go down the practical route of an apprenticeship. So I think that's really, really important as well. That apprenticeships are for everyone. There's not just one pathway for everyone.
That's important to hear. There's different pathways are for different people, and that's why these options are opening up. So weigh them up and think about them and have a look and research. We're hearing that, apprenticeships are not a degree. If you go to university, it's not a walk in the park. It's not all parties and socializing in 2 hours work a week. I did my degree. Okay, some of my friends didn't have as many lectures a week, but I had 24 hours of lectures a week. Okay, so it wasn't like it was a walk in the park. And when it came to the end of the year, and in the degree that I did, when it came to the end of the year in the summer, I had 18, 19 different exams to sit, and about 5 of my exams were 4 hours each. Okay, so it's not a walk in the park. It's not easy. But then again, neither is an apprenticeship. But remember what we said about in that strength session. What drives your performance? What gives you high energy? What do you enjoy to do? So if you look at it and that path is university for your degree, then that's the path that you should take. But if it's actually the other path, and an apprenticeship is going to be better for you to get your degree because of the different way of learning and the experience and the hands-on and the putting into practice that which you learn at the same time. If that's what's going to be better for you, then go that way. Obviously, then there are considerations in terms of finances. Can I afford to go to university? Or am I going to be better off being paid to get my degree? That is now a consideration. It wasn't when I was at university because it was a very low tuition fee. It was £1,000 a year. When my brother was there, it was free. So it's very different. The landscape is different, and that's why these options exist. But you need to weigh that up. Only you know that. You and your family need to discuss these things. Okay. And you're hearing from the brands that everybody that takes a different route is still valid. Okay. Not one is better than the other, but it's what's better for you. But you need to do the research and explore these things. Tabitha, what about you? Same question about this free time. Do you find that the Dyson Institute just has you slugging away on projects and you don't get to do anything fun and that's it, and you don't enjoy life? Or do you get a bit of experience? Do you make friends? Do you do other stuff?
The course is, it does take time as anything. At university, you have coursework, you have assignments, you have exam prep. Like that's normal, same as with an apprenticeship. You still have all of those aspects, plus you're working. But I do have a lot of free time. I do reading. I go out to the city a lot, once in a while with my friends. And what's great about apprenticeship is that unlike university, you have financial freedom. So you have money to go and invest in interests that you may not be able to afford. For example, I'm a scuba diver, so once in a while I go diving on the weekends. Sometimes we even have a club here, or we used to have a club, but because of COVID, it's kind of temporarily been withheld. It's kind of not there, but we do have a scuba diving club. So once a year or so, we go diving, or I go diving with friends and family. So it's because I have the financial means, I can go and do things. We also host like different workshops. Like we have a graffiti workshop coming up. We got karting trips. Every month there is a bus that'll take us to Bristol, Cardiff, or Bath for nights out on a Friday night. So you do have a lot of freedom. I know someone there's a climbing club as well, and I know someone that goes to Germany to compete for climbing competitions, and people do kite surfing. Like everyone has different hobbies, so you do have freedom and free time, but it does vary during the term. depending on if you've got assignments due or you've got university or you've got exams coming up. So it does take time. You do have free time, but you do have assignments like you do normally. So it's all about finding a balance in the end. But if you're worried about not having free time, there will be free time. It's just at points you'll be needing work. There are points you need to be working really hard. But that's the standard for anything you would do.
And that's, again, good to hear directly from an apprentice themselves, and to hear those two things, because you are there to learn, you are there to improve, you are there to do a job as well, you are being paid, but you do have the time, you do have the resources, you do have the ability to enjoy life too. And again, these are the things that you will weigh up. And I've spoken to many students that have looked at apprenticeships and gone, they sound fantastic. However, I'm not sure about this working and studying together bit. I'm not sure I can handle that. And that's why university is better for me. Again, you need to make your choices, but we're putting them in front of you. Now, for the three different brands that are here, question really for, I'm going to start with Tim from the Dyson Institute. What do you think are the main misconceptions people make about your company or the engineering industry as a whole? Nice tasty one for you there, Tim.
Yeah, juicy question. I think
it's a good question.
I don't know. I don't want to skirt around the question at all, but I think for us at the Dyson Institute, it's more the kind of biggest misconceptions we get is around kind of degree apprenticeships, in terms of what it is, what it isn't, and I think that's kind of the biggest challenge we find is that there's still this. I think there's a big stigma around the word apprenticeship, that people just associate it with a less good qualification. Oh, it's not going to be as useful as going to uni or getting a degree. You're not going to be as employable because employers are just looking for graduates from Russell Group universities, and if you're not that, then you don't really stand a chance. And that is ultimately it's complete rubbish, because actually employers are looking for people who have proven themselves. And I think that's where degree apprenticeships, from my perspective, having worked here at the Institute for kind of coming up to 3 years and being able to see kind of what that really looks like from the inside, we are really paving the way in terms of what degree apprenticeships can look like. This new model of kind of being we are both the university provider, we award the degrees here, we teach them, but we're also the employer, because Dyson are the employer. So having this unique kind of perspective on degree apprenticeships, we really see what they're like. And actually, from our perspective, it is almost the hardest option in a way. And just because it's got that word apprenticeship in it doesn't make it any lesser at all, because I know Tabitha and Hayden, who was on earlier today, will back me up in saying you do have to put the effort in, you do have to work hard, because it's that full degree that you'd be getting at a university, but on top of that, it's all of the hours in the workplace. It's showing up every day at kind of 9 to 5, putting in the hours, making contributions to your team, kind of getting embedded into new teams during your rotations. It's hard work, but then it's the rewards that come from that are just absolutely massive. Like Tabitha was talking about the fact she wasn't really sure what area of engineering she wanted to do, but that experience of actually getting hands-on and working in the field of engineering that she was studying has kind of helped that journey, and that's what kind of you can use to really evidence resilience and courage and all these other skills that we've been looking at today. And that's what employers are ultimately going to be looking for. They're going to be wanting someone who has kind of proven themselves already, whether that be through an apprenticeship, a degree apprenticeship. So I think for us, that is kind of the biggest challenge we find in terms of trying to communicate what this opportunity is, and what it isn't. And that's why it's great to do these events, to hear about all these different routes into engineering. And so hopefully for those of you that hadn't really heard of the degree apprenticeship model, hopefully that's kind of brought it to life and help answer some of those questions from your perspectives.
And then I think one last myth to dispel about the Dyson Institute: if I was to go to the Dyson Institute, do my engineering degree with you, does that mean that once you offer me a job, I can only work for Dyson, or if I decide to leave, can I work for other companies?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's completely up to you. So it's essentially the same as if you did a degree at a university, you then choose where you want to work, where you want to apply. It's exactly the same. Other than if you get a 2-1 or better in your degree, then Dyson will guarantee a job if you want it. But as we've mentioned today, that's completely up to you. So you don't have to take that. So we're not here to make mini Dyson engineers. We're here to make engineers and good ones. And whether that's here or elsewhere, to kind of impact the engineering sector is our main goal.
And that is a really important point, because all of these companies are here to make engineers, not Diageo engineers, not British Airways engineers, not Dyson engineers, because the whole point is that it's getting those qualifications and getting you into those areas where you are needed. And when you think about the 3 companies that are represented here today, they are very well known in their industries and they're very highly regarded. So actually you put yourself an advantage, because if you were to walk away, which most people probably wouldn't, because of the amount of time and energy and support that is put into your development and into you getting those degrees and those apprenticeships with that company, you're very unlikely to turn around and go, well, I've just spent 4 years here and been treated fantastically well, and I've got a great salary, and I've got loads of work experience, and I love my team and I love where I work. Let me go and work for someone else. You probably wouldn't. Maybe you would. But then when you do, or if you did, people would look at you and go, that's where you got your degree from, or that's where you did engineering, and that's where your work experience comes from. Okay, I like you because of what you've done and who you've worked for. So think about those things as well. And those opportunities do exist. So I'm going to ask Gillian from Diageo as well. Same question, the misconceptions people make about your company and from your opinion, the engineering industry as a whole.
Yeah, thanks, Max. So I would say we're a manufacturing business, right? So even the word manufacturing kind of, strikes sort of male-dominated environments, and I hate that word dominated, but it does, right? And I think we spoke earlier about the misconception about the factory environment and things like that. It is evolving, it is changing, it's very modern now. It's no longer an old kind of dirty factory that we're working in. So I think there are misconceptions around the male dominated environment. It's dirty, it's all about fixing machines, like with spanners and things like that. Actually now it's more digital than that, it's more sophisticated than that. I totally agree with everything Tim said around the stigma attached to apprenticeships, and this is the first year really that we've started recruiting for GAs directly. What's normally happened in the past is that the graduate apprentices have been existing employees that we've upskilled and put them on a GA. So now we're kind of trying to attract people into the business through that way. And I just think an apprenticeship should kind of conjure up sort of thoughts about work experience and getting that benefit of work experience and hands-on practical experience, because that's what you're doing. You're building that capability through being hands-on, right, as well as studying towards a degree. So actually I think it's super advantageous, and I think the fact that you're working and studying at the same time is like is a total benefit to the business and to yourself. You're developing all sorts of skills that are going to be transferable in the future. So we really do need to kind of get rid of those myths around apprenticeships, and I think there's an education piece there for parents and teachers and all of that stuff to try and get rid of that. And I would just like to say that in 2020 54% of our engineering intake was female. So that's high, and we can see that we're attracting more and more females in engineering. There's still a long way to go, but we have made quite a lot of progress. So I think the more females we see in the engineering space, they'll be great role models for the future, right? And these sessions totally help to do that, to amplify that.
Brilliant. And before I move on to Sam to ask the same question about British Airways, Gillian, and Tim, I'll ask you afterwards as well. Do you do work experience opportunities? Because that's the question that's coming through from a lot of year 12s that's saying, I'm looking to apply and get into this after A levels, but is there anywhere that they can get work experience or things that you could recommend to them that they do?
So we've got quite a strategic approach to this at the moment, because we used to do that, but through the foundation apprenticeship. So when you're still at school and you're doing an engineering course, we would offer you a 3-week placement to get that work experience. And we also work with a charity called Career Ready. And it's a 4-week paid internship that you get during that. It's a 2-year mentoring programme. So we give you 4 weeks placement and you know, if it's engineering you're interested in, we would put you into the engineering function. But we don't just do kind of ad hoc work experience requests.
Perfect, thank you. And Sam, I'm going to move on to you now and ask the same question. Misconceptions around the British Airways apprenticeships and potentially engineering, and then also about work experience opportunities too, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I think misconceptions around British Airways engineering, we've all spoken about it today. I think the biggest thing is this degree. You know, we constantly get questions from students, do I need a degree to be an engineer, specifically at BA? No, absolutely not. There's very few roles actually at British Airways that you do need a degree for. You don't. A lot of the times our pilots get asked all the time, do I need a degree to be a pilot? No, you don't. You need your GCSEs. There are so many roles that you just don't need it for. I would encourage you to challenge your mindset around getting a degree for the sake of it. If you want to go into an area that you know employers specifically need that degree for, excellent, go for it. But make the most of chances today where you're speaking to 3 different employers who are all telling you you don't need it. It's not what we look for. It's the biggest misconception. I absolutely promise you that. In terms of a misconception also, I think about engineering apprenticeships in general, touched on by Gillian around the parents' beliefs potentially. We speak a lot to parents and carers of students who are interested in apprenticeships, or they know that their children are, but they have this idea almost that our apprentices are making teas and coffees for the engineers, or they're not doing real work, or they're doing the post, or these silly things like that. Not that they're silly things, but it's just so wildly different from the truth. Our engineering apprentices get to work on like real life aircraft every single day. They get to make a difference. They work on really exciting projects. So it could be from installing Wi-Fi on the aircrafts, loads of different projects and things that they actually do themselves. And they're empowered to do that right from the get-go, obviously with the training. So I think that's the biggest misconception, is that they don't actually get to do all that in their apprenticeship, and they do. And it's really exciting for them. They're treated very much from day one as a BA colleague and an advocate, which is great. In terms of work experience, we do offer work experience. It's in a bit of a transition process at the moment. So previously, before the pandemic, we offered 5-day placements in person at British Airways, mostly around at Heathrow Airport, but also at Gatwick and in Scotland and Wales. Obviously, the pandemic changed things, and we actually had around 300 students that we had who were placed with us for work experience, who we had to cancel their work experience placements because of COVID. So at the moment, across the summer, we're working really hard on our commitment to them. We gave them, you know, the opportunity and said we will place you for a work experience opportunity. So that's what we're working on at the moment. And then from post-September onwards, when we have a better idea of the world, we're looking to bring it back for everybody, for it to be open and for you to apply again. So yes, watch this space. We have offered it previously, and we will be offering it in the future in some way, shape or form. The best thing to do is, we've talked a little bit about it in our sessions, is our website called SpeedBirdZ. It's our online platform for students at British Airways. I would definitely encourage you to go on there, sign up, speak to our mentors and go through the learning modules. But when work experience does open, we actually send that email out to all our users who use that website. So that's another reason why you should definitely take a look on there.
Fantastic. Okay, again, important things to listen to, digest and think about. We've got 5 minutes left, and there's a couple of things I want to do, and I want to get one last question from each of the apprentices. It's going to be the same question, but I want their perspectives. Before we do though, Tim, I'm going to ask you briefly about whether the Dyson Institute offers work experience opportunities, or what you would suggest.
Yeah, so I guess we're in a bit of a different position at the Dyson Institute in that we are sort of the higher education provider. So we don't offer work experience, and that's not something that Dyson typically offer just and that is mostly due to the kind of secrecy on campus, and that is a huge part of Dyson's success as a business. That's something we're not able to offer, but we do host virtual open days a few times throughout the year for the Dyson Institute. So that's a chance, a bit like going to a university open day, for you to find out all about our program and get a bit of an experience of what it's like to be in a lecture and to learn what the learning style is like, what you'll be getting up to in the workplace, what student life looks like, all the accommodation, all that kind of stuff that you'll be wanting to find out about. So we'll be looking to host some virtual open days later on this summer, and also in the autumn as well. So do make sure that you kind of register and sign up for those as they become available. Best thing to do is just register an interest with us online, and you'll be the first to hear.
Brilliant. Again, lots of information is available from all of these companies. We brought a lot of information to you today and shared a lot, but remember to go and do your research too. Go to the company's websites, go and look at their careers pages, go and look at what they show, go and look at what information is in there, because it will answer some of the other deeper questions that have been asked that we can't cover today. But the last question I've got for each of the apprentices, and I'm going to start with Fiz. Fiz, if you're on, what one thing would you want students that are on today to know that you wish you'd known before you applied for your apprenticeship?
What was the question? What was the question?
So hopefully you should be able to hear me now. So in terms of something that you probably should know prior to, if you wanted to join, is that just research into the company and stuff. So learning about British Airways itself, learning about aircraft engineering itself, you know, it would be, if you could get, you know, a head start on that, looking into those bits, that'll be definitely helpful. And in terms of knowing what to do, there's many, obviously doing these events is definitely helpful. I didn't have many of these events available when I was looking into further educational options. So yeah, definitely doing these events, asking questions, getting to know about the program is definitely good. I'm pretty sure there's loads of careers events that go on all around the year, different locations. Obviously, after COVID, there's been more remote ones like this one. So sometimes you don't even need to go in person. You can just use Zoom, use Teams just to access the calls for these online calls. But yeah, definitely doing research, going to these events, that would be useful.
Fantastic, brilliant. Thank you for that, Fiz. Tabitha, what about yourself?
Can you repeat the question, please?
So what do you know now that you wish you'd have known when you were 16, 17 looking at apprenticeships, and what advice would you give to those that are there now thinking about apprenticeships?
I would say, yeah, go do as many, find opportunities to feel if what kind of engineering you want to go into. There are so many different competitions, events that you can attend, like the science affair, like fairs you can go to. I know if you're in Bristol at UE, they do drone racing, that you can submit your own drone if you want to do that and participate. There's so many opportunities you can do to figure out what kind of engineer you want to be. And also look at what kind of hobbies, like what do you enjoy as like a typical hobby that really speaks to you, and how that can be applied when you're looking. Like, for example, I really looked into Lego Mindstorm, and you can do all sorts of different like online projects. But really look into what apprenticeship will work for you, and weigh in your unit, like what does university have against the apprenticeship that you've applied for? Because when I applied, I was dedicated to do a traditional university route. I was going to go to Bristol or Loughborough University. I was very dedicated. I was really persistent that I was going to join a normal university. But in the end, I weighed my options. I looked at the benefits, and I found that joining a degree apprenticeship was more beneficial in the long run. And therefore, I joined the Dyson Institute instead. But I would really advise people to really look into different options, because I only applied to Dyson for, like, it was the only apprenticeship I applied for. But I recommend, especially now, like there's more apprenticeships going on, there's more opportunities, like really look into what other opportunities there are and what can you do as an individual to make your application look amazing and what you enjoy. But yeah, just really like research what courses there are, and when it comes to doing your UCAS applications and when it comes down to doing your apprenticeship forms, like really, like when you apply, you feel extremely happy with what you applied for and knowing full well what you're going to get into.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tabitha. And Cameron, last word from you then.
I would say that a really important thing is to understand your strengths and understand as well your weaknesses, because if you don't know what you're bad at, it's going to be hard to work out how you become good at it. How can you build on your strengths, and make sure as well that you beef up your CV, so you need to make sure it stands out from the rest. How do you stand out from the rest? What hobbies are you doing? Can you be doing more things? Can you get more experience, even if that's cutting your neighbour's grass? Can you do that, stick on your CV? Because you're a blank canvas just now. And the most important thing that I wish I knew when I started my apprenticeship was that you're okay to make mistakes. You can make mistakes in an apprenticeship. When you go on in life and you've done your degree and you go into a full-time job, you can't really make mistakes. You don't get that platform to do that. But when you start an apprenticeship, it's great. Mistakes are good. You can learn from mistakes, and you have that ability to do that. You have the support from the company there. You're not expected to know what you're doing when you join a company. So use that space.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Right. There's been a lot of information that has been shared today and a lot of information to digest. You've done your strengths profiles. We've gone through strengths. We've heard about the 3 different brands and the many different ways of getting into engineering and the different types of engineering. Okay. We started the day with an opening poll. We're going to end with a closing one, which I'm going to launch now. So start hitting the polls, answer those questions. And then what we're going to do is we're going to share those results and see how they've changed from this morning. Well, we'll have a look at them, but we'll see what we see. Think about the things that you've heard today and think about all of those different possibilities and opportunities, and keep coming to events. Some of you are year 9 and year 10 and you started this really early, which is really, really good. Some of you are year 12, a lot of you are year 12 and thinking about getting into engineering. Come to sessions, come to my Wednesday drop-in and ask questions, come to the taster days that we're going to do with all of these brands, come to those different insight events that we do as well to learn more. And the point that was made earlier about parents, maybe you've got parents who aren't sure about the decisions you're making. We do parent events as well for parents to understand more about apprenticeships, what they can provide you and what they offer. So let them know about the sessions that we do, or even just show them the recording from today. It will get edited, it will go up, and it will be done. Okay, I'm going to give you 30 more seconds to finish that poll, and then we'll share the results. We have put links in the chat box as well for you to use. Use those links. There's links from BA, there's from Diageo, from the Dyson Institute, from myself as well. Okay, so make sure you use those links. Okay, 10 more seconds to answer the poll, and we're almost done. Okay. There we go. I'm going to end the poll and share the results. So following this session, what route would you take after leaving school? 44% have said university, 41% are saying apprenticeship, 1% gap year, 4% say other, and 10% still don't know. And that's fine. That's fine if you still don't know. Take the time to investigate and come to these sessions and ask. And following this session, how much more do you know about engineering? 19% know a bit more, 8% know the same amount, and 71% know quite a bit more, and 2% are still an expert or have become an expert. So 71% know quite a bit more. So hopefully we've done a good job for you today to find out loads of information. Last thing I will say is that the certificates are going to be sent out over the next few days. The recording will be edited and put onto the video library on our website, so look out for it. And then the best way to find out about other opportunities with any of these brands that we will promote, any events that we do that we will promote, you can follow us on Instagram at Pathway CTM, and I would recommend all of you go on there. I know you all use Instagram because you're all young. I use Facebook because I'm old, apparently. Get on Instagram, go to our Pathway CTM, give us a follow, and we will help you with your future choices. And I just want to say thank you to Tim, to Tabitha, and to Hayden from earlier, to Gillian and Cameron, and to Sam and Fizz for coming along today and sharing information, putting those slides together and answering all of the questions. So thank you to all of you. And yeah, and thank you for the introduction to engineering this morning as well, Tim.
Welcome, great to be with you all. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Great to speak to you all.